champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing ribs, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
على المكان حمودي ماشي فريق بطيخة استقبال راجل اثنين لاعبين دخل حمودي واحدة اثنين لكن صعبة لا يرحم يلا يا سكتون يلا يا سكتون يلا يا سكتون يا ولد يا ولد يا سكتون.
Let's see where they are going to be looking to push up.
When holding up the defense.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Welcome, everyone, to day 3 of the PMPL MEA Championships 2022. My name is Highland Wolf. I'm joined today by Esproxy here on the desk. Es, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. Pretty excited to be here, finally to witness the action. It's going to be a pretty interesting set of games that we have today.
Indeed it is. But if you at home, of course, want to get in on board of not just the last 2 days of action, but the 2 more to come, you can check us out on our own social media too, as on, of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Emo TV, TikTok, and Instagram links below, all 5 of which. And let us know, what do you guys think? What are your favorite teams jumping in onto this tournament who can maybe come out on top still with 2 more days to go? Also, not just our own social media, but we also have sponsors here, of course, Monster Energy, our official energy drinks partner, and also here at Nemo TV, also I should say Opera 6 here, which is going to be down below on, you can see that beautiful phone there of upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. As we know, though, for now, that coming into day number 3, it was a very close race, but Nigma Galaxy now on top of the leaderboard so far. And quite frankly, it's a tough competition.
Yeah, look, it's been a very interesting set of games. We can take a look at that format just to remind ourselves of what we've been looking at and how these things have actually been unfolding. Of course, you know, we've got 4 days with 6 matches every single day. So it's been a tough ride for these teams, and they've really had to put their best foot forward. But it's coming down to that consistency that we keep talking about. And, you know, Highlandorf, we mentioned it a little bit. What are one of the ways that they can be consistent? And that's by picking up those points, at least as much as they can, match after match. And I mean, we know this point system by now. If you don't, I mean, what can we do, Wolf? We have to talk through it, right?
Oh, I mean, definitely, though, if you are new, 15 points for that chicken dinner, 1 point for every elimination that you can garner every single game for these teams. But points, what do they turn into? Prizes, indeed. And a massive prize pool that we have here that we should mention.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and £40,000 for first position. In total, $150,000, should I say, for this entire competition. Now MVP, $2,000 for whoever will be the best player overall.
We can remind ourselves there, if we take a look at the calendar as well, just how everything's been going down. But ultimately, these teams, they've been performing really, really well over the last 2 days. And we've got 2 more days worth of games that they can really try and close that gap, hopefully, to try and get to the top, get themselves those higher earnings and, you know, some ka-ching in the back pockets. But as we know, we keep talking about these teams, we keep talking about the days and how they've been performing. Let's actually take a look at the teams and just discuss some of the beautiful, beautiful moments that we've seen. Some of the teams that have really been standing out to you. We mentioned Nigma Galaxy. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
we can talk all we want about Nigma Galaxy. We know they've got the experience coming into this. But what are some of the other teams that have been standing out to you?
I mean, certainly Nigma, they're on top, but you're looking at, I think, equally in the same region for Arabia. Falcons have been very consistent, Twisted Minds equally, but I am more interested actually in the African teams here, Team Umbra, because Umbra are the sole representative right now in the running for first position versus Nigma Galaxy and the rest of these Arabian region teams. Of course, we did have Intruder Africa. They're also coming into that first page of the standings yesterday by the end of all our 6 matches, but it's still going to be a long way for them, and Umbra are the only team realistically to make that difference. But they definitely have a lot of trouble, I think, when it comes to getting that consistency, which we can talk about a little bit more in the future. But it is, of course, keep in mind our schedule of, as we mentioned, all 6 of our matches today. We're going to be starting us off with myself and Ez here for Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel for the first 3 matches. And later, you'll be joined by DK and also Hiprain for Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar to close out the last 3 games of our third day of competition.
Oh, it's going to be a spicy, spicy day because, as we mentioned, we're getting closer and closer to that last day, that last opportunity for teams to get the points, to get themselves in pole position, maybe taking out Nigma Galaxy in the process, but ultimately getting themselves in the best possible spot to hopefully be the next MEA champion. So, looking at it now, we've had some very interesting games so far. This is the third day. We've got 3 maps ahead of us: Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. Interesting teams lining up for this. We had some interesting points coming through yesterday as well, where we had Falcons actually taking the first 2 games there with the winner chicken dinners, and Umbra coming through on that third Miramar, that third Erangel, sorry. Third map.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah, I mean, definitely Erangel action coming through from. I would argue Umbra also having a step up performance in some of her Erangel games, but by far, I think one of the scariest teams that we've had in Erangel has been Nigma, and I want to start off at that top of the leaderboard because Nigma overall has been by far the scariest team inside of this competition. They've been the most consistent. They started this competition out on Erangel with that beautiful 30-point match that they had and demolished the team, but they've been able to keep that consistency going. And the consistency from Nigma, I think, is what makes them so scary here, is because they don't make these risky plays like some other teams in the early game. They have a very tidy early game and a very clear plan. And to me, that's what looks so scary about them coming into today. And it's to see if anyone is able now coming in to our final 2 days to try derail those plans coming through from Nigma.
Pretty much. And I mean, we do have a little bit of extra information. We have a little bit of extra info because we've got an interview with NASR. So we can actually take a look at that, get some insider info, and just get that right headspace as we go into the next games, because it's definitely going to be a tough challenge for anyone coming through.
حمزة من أبطال النصر إي سبورت، بداية أريد أعرف ما هو إحساسك قبل بداية البطولة؟
هو إحساس كبير وإحساس أي لاعب ممكن إنه يحلم فيه، إنه إحنا صرنا على بعد خطوة واحدة من التأهل للبي ام جي سي. من وقت إنشاء الفريق لحد الآن هي الشغلة اللي إحنا بنتعب وبنجتهد عشانها، وإن شاء الله في نهاية هذه البطولة نكون إحنا المتوجين ونوصل لبطولة البي ام جي سي.
مبدئيا استعدادات الفريق لهذا المسار الطويل كيف تراها يا حمزة؟
استعدادات جيدة، فإحنا قبل بضعة أيام كانت عندنا بطولة ستار تشالنج. بعد الستار تشالنج بدأنا في دراسة الفرق اللي لعبت في بي ام بي ال أفريقيا وكيفية تحركاتها، وإن شاء الله راح نكون جاهزين لبطولة مينا أفريقيا وراح تشوف الأداء على أرض الواقع.
مبدئيا شفنا التحدي وشفنا أنه راح يكون تحدي كبير من اللاعبين إذا ما تحصلتوا على المركز الخامس، فما هي توقعاتك ككل مسار البطولة؟
مسار البطولة لاعبتنا لعب كثير من البطولات اللي بتأهل بهاي القيمة، فأنا أعتقد إنه لاعبتنا جاهزين إنهم قد التحدي وراح يحققوا المطلوب منهم، وراح تشوفوا هذا الشيء في أداء النصر إي سبورت، مو مني أنا.
راغناروك لاعب مبدع انضم لفريق النصر إي سبورت، هل هذا الشيء راح يخلي أو راح يغير من منظومة لعب الفريق؟
بالنسبة لراغناروك هو أحد أفضل اللعيبة في الشرق الأوسط، إما كان أفضلهم بسبب أرقامه الخيالية. إحنا شفناه في آخر 3 بي ام بي ال، هو توب 1 كيلرز في البي ام بي ال، فيعني إضافة راغناروك هي إضافة كبيرة وأنتم شفتوها على أرض الواقع في آخر بي ام بي ال. هو عبارة عن ماكينة كلات ما بتتوقف، واكيد هيغير اداء الفريق للناحيه الهجوميه اكثر، وراح تشوفوا هذا الاداء. وانا برشح راغناروك للام في بي في بطوله بي ام بي ال من افريقيا.
لاعبكم يتسم بالعدوانيه في اطراف الزون، ما السر؟
السر هو الاختلاف عن باقي الفرق. فاحنا في نصر اي سبورت شفنا انه كثير من الفرق تنتهج طبع اللعب على الزون في الميدل اوف زون، يعني يلعبوا على النص فقط. فيعني احنا اخترعنا شيء جديد او شيء يعتبر مختلف عن ما يلعبه الفرق في الشرق الاوسط. لعب اطراف الزون بيعطينا الافضليه في اختيار المنطقه اللي ممكن ندخل عليها، يعطينا الافضليه في مشاهده تحركات الفرق، ويعطينا الافضليه في اخذ المواجهات القريبه او حتى قطع الروتيشن.
ماذا سيعني للفريق أن يكون بطل البطولة القادمة؟
هو يعني الكثير للفريق، يعني انه وصل الى ما هو يريد. يعني الفريق اشتغل وتعب على نفسه لمده سنه كامله، فهاك بتتويجه في البطوله هو بيكون حقق كل النجاح. وصوله لبطوله زي BMGC يعتبر اكثر شيء في ببجي الموبايل، فهذا هو الهدف، هذا هو الامل الفريق اللي حاطه على هاي البطوله، انه احنا ان شاء الله هنوصل بطوله BMGC وراح ننافس فيها وراح نعمل اداء كمان، لانه احنا اذا توجنا بطل لمينا افريكا مطلوب منا ومجبورين انه نقدم في بطوله زي بطوله BMGC. فيعني تتويجنا في بطوله PMPL مينا افريكا يعتبر هو تتويج لنجاحات وتعب الفريق في السنوات الاخيره.
راح تكون المنافسة شديدة جدا، ولكن نتمنى لكم كل التوفيق.
مشكور، الله يسعدك.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL MEA Championship. That was NASR there being interviewed. And I think NASR are definitely one of these teams here, as we do bring up those overall rankings who have a long way and I think a lot to prove coming into this tournament. And as we do check out those overall standings, I think realistically, yes, we're not going to see them on this first page. Oh, what do we do see them on this first page? Sorry,
Hey.
my bad. They did actually have a good game, I should remember, in game number 6 yesterday, where they did get up to 7th position, but they still have a long way to climb. Clearly, we can see them in 86 points, but number 1 is almost another 80 points here in total ahead of them. Nigma Galaxy there in top pole position.
Yeah, look, it's about closing the gaps. And like we were talking a little bit off camera, you know, for the teams coming through in today and tomorrow, they want to try and put their best foot forward today. They want to try to close that gap as much as they can, give themselves some breathing room, if I can call it that, coming back in tomorrow, because you're already going to have the pressure that, look, this is the final day of the EMEA champs. We want to be the next champion and we need everything that we can going for us. And that starts with like putting your best foot forward today, getting those points, hopefully getting closer to Nigma Galaxy and stopping them as well from getting any more points because they've been on an absolute tear. But the rest of the teams still have some opportunities today in the next 6 games and the 6 games tomorrow. But if you go over to that next page, you can see some of the teams that have been struggling a little bit more. And you mentioned a few teams, you know, obviously I'm waiting for those African teams. You know, me and DK were casting through PMPL Africa. We've been absolutely following these guys from, you know, as long as I can remember. So obviously I'm a little biased and I want them to be on the first page, but they need to come through with that performance.
Look, I mean, I'm not wanting to point out the flame, but like they just need to be better. I think when it comes to their overall performances, it's been that overall consistency that has been the problem for these African teams, minus of course INTRUDER starting to get out of that hole and also Umbra always having really performed in this competition so far. But for the rest of these 4 teams, they're definitely looking a little bit shaky when it comes to being able to perform throughout the entire day. I think if we can just see, as we say, those small little cleanup errors in the early games, some of these early games, particularly when we look towards teams like Virtual Gaming, for example, who have struggled getting picked off time and time again in those early 5-10 minutes of each match. But also, I think even when we talk about catching up on these teams, as Nigma, they're already far ahead. They don't really look like a team that are going to be slowing down all that much. Are we then just arguing that these teams from the 4th down below just kind of fighting it out for that prize pool instead and getting that better rewards?
Look, I would love to see that, you know, that storyline come through when Nigma Galaxy is actually being challenged today, you know, whether they've got a target on their back or not. I want to see that challenge coming through. I want to see the teams actually pushing themselves through. I mean, by now the teams, they know each other. They know where those drop sites are going. They know who they need to be wary of in their surrounding areas. So there's an opportunity for the teams that find themselves close to Nigma to maybe get into a little bit of action, but it's at the risk of putting themselves in that fire range as well. To, you know, maybe they're going to take away their chance, like Virtual Gaming going out earlier on in the round, and then there's your opportunity to close that gap, gone and dusted for that first map, and that sort of pressure is going to continue.
I mean, they've got to show up. I think Nigma still is. And again, another 12 games, 50% of the points still to get point out. But I think realistically here, as we're also looking towards the teams also like, potentially Falcons or Umbra as well.
Yeah. I am really hoping that Falcons and Umbra are going to be bringing that energy today, especially because they've been so close. They've really been so entirely close. I mean, Nigma sitting on 166, Falcons sitting on 145, Umbra sitting on 143. Falcons took 2 games, winner chicken dinners yesterday. It's definitely a possibility for them. Then towards the later part of that day, Nigma just woke up and they picked up those, 2 winner chicken dinners. So I think it's an opportunity for them to really bring the action today, but I do want to see more from them. I do want to see them sort of trying to get more of those points, building that sort of that safety net that they can use for tomorrow as well, to make sure that they have their best foot forward, to make sure that they've got as much pressure off their backs, because it's really getting to that last line, that time crunch, as we can call it, and who's going to be that Mia champion. But Nigma Galaxy, they're a tough opponent. They really are. So whether they're going to take that gamble, maybe take them out earlier on, whether they're going to play a little bit more cautiously, more calculated, and just focus on their game. I mean, it's RNG at the end of the day. Something could happen. Nigma could maybe not get their best drop site. They maybe could take a bad rotation and fall into a couple of team fights. Pretty good opportunities, but we do have the first game ready and dusted to go up live. It's going to be the first map of today on beautiful, beautiful Erangel Island. I think this is going to be an absolutely amazing game. I am going to be looking out for Nigma. I am going to be looking out for the Falcons, Umbra, and all of the African teams that I'm a little biased about, but I want to see what they can do today.
Indeed, that first playing pad does drop down here. It's going to be a tricky one, I think, for these teams who, as we said, are still looking to make that move in onto that first page, move up towards Nigma Galaxy. I think there's still certainly time for it. There's still time for him to have that improvement, but it's got to start now. It's got to start in his first game, because they do need the rest of these half of the competition to be able to match that first page, be able to match the possibility of getting those higher rewards. Is the first playing path has been very centralized for these teams. So when we talk about that chance to have a good first game, it's pretty much open there for everyone to have that possibility. Now it's what do these teams do with their very centralized position on the playing path, the option to go to their comfort of their own drop spot.
It's going to be interesting, especially for some of the teams that, do favor those more northern sides of the map. I mean, I'm thinking of a few teams that, just love that Severny, like YaLLa Esports. They love to get into that northern side, even the northern side of Yasnaya Poliana, which we do know that we find Falcons often also going towards, and especially, I mean, a team like YaLLa Esports there towards the northern part of Rozhok. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to sort of just change themselves up. And with that zone, interesting, a little bit of a pull there, but it does provide a pretty good opportunity for these teams to actually get in zone.
Indeed. At first phase, again, is going to be very kind to these players overall. You're really only looking at rotations coming through from Virtual Gaming, from 90th minute, from even Intruders. All have to kind of make it into this zone, but there shouldn't be really too much of a problem. We talk about even that south side and the island Intruders. They've still got to make it through to that mainland, but can either go through Twisted Minds, so they can take a slightly later rotation first. Twisted do tend to move away from that zone, or from the bridge, sorry, should I say, and up in towards that central position as they have done previously. Or they could take a longer route and actually, again, try to follow even the likes of those other teams in the South Island and try to go through that more western bridge, which will end up allowing them also an even slightly easier position, you could argue, into that first phase zone. However, it does trade off the fact that Ooredoo also will be likely passing through this bridge, and it does create that risk of having those team fights. If you are a team, potentially as Intruders, wanting to keep consistency here, have a quieter early game and just get into a good position to stabilize yourself after phase 1, phase 2.
I'm going to be keeping my focus on some of those teams that are finding themselves more towards that central part of the zone. I mean, they've pretty much got themselves set up already. And Nigma Galaxy there as well. Just pretty much as close to center zone as they can be, just having a good old time, going to be able to just loot up and focus on what they need to do. Miss a little bit more spread out right now on the map. I can see they still need to just sort of regroup and get themselves back in. And then just towards the northern side of them, G3 Temper and a few other teams are lurking about. So as you mentioned, those trade-offs coming through, making the decisions whether or not to take those early engagements or rather just rotate off and stay safe, calculated, get yourself into the next phase of the zone where those action points are really going to come through. And for the winning condition for these teams, center zone, it's always been a good focus point for these teams. Easier rotations, you give yourself the best opportunity. So we were talking about Nigma Galaxy and how they are such a scary opponent. Now they also have pretty much center zone just been given to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, Nigma, I think it all comes from their initial position, that being Gatka Fields. They have always tended to have a very easy first phase zone. Geologically, it is just the center of Erangel for the most part for these teams. You are, I think, looking at more of a contention of teams like Rico and Infinity Esports coming in from that northern side, even YaLLa as well, who could be more of a threat towards Nigma. I think these two teams as well, and to draw onto them, actually, Rico, Infinity Esports, and YaLLa, they do need to have those bigger performances. And as one of those teams that can create threat to the top of the leaderboards, I think that Nigma, yes, they may be a scary opponent, but on the other hand, they could definitely create that upset and instill that confidence back into their squad and into the fans for those teams, because both of these squads haven't had the performance realistically that we expected of them. I think Rico Infinity Esports more so.
Yeah, that was one of the teams I was really looking out through, coming from PMPL Arabia. That was the name I was waiting for. That was the name that I was worried about for some of the other teams. I mean, alongside, the other names that we've already been talking into a standstill about today, Rico Infinity, they were my focus point. And to find them now where they're currently sitting on the leaderboard in 9th place, it's not, a horrible, horrible placement. I mean, they still have placements to get up, just one off of that first page, but they want to close that gap. They want to get closer and closer to that, those pole positions, sitting with 78 points now, with your top team sitting with 166. It's quite a large leap, but it's not impossible, especially with a good game, a good start to today. I'm hoping that that's going to be the real kicker for them. With YaLLa in 6th place, a little bit of a smaller gap, but still a gap that they want to close off, hopefully starting today. And I mean, there's a few other teams that I'm also obviously just going to be staring at, like INTRUDER, who we know just on that first page.
Yeah, I mean, INTRUDER definitely have had a fantastic day yesterday. They had, of course, that win over on Sanhok. They also had a good game that actually, as we said, got them into that first page. Coming up to the end on Erangel, actually, on that 5th match. And there also Miramar, they're going an okay performance for them. And I want to see INTRUDER, as they get this confidence into them, try to show us a little bit more of that confidence here today again, and also even more so coming into that final day, because they definitely have shown that when they are decisive and when they have the zone in their hands, because they have been decisive to get into a good position, rather than try to allow other teams shake their hand and say, well, you're better than us, we don't have as much confidence in our own skill, we'll let you take the position. Then fighting them out, as we saw in Sanhok and at Ruins, actually, particularly INTRUDER, they showed that they can go toe-to-toe, even with the best, even in such a tricky zone like that, as we say, being all the way in Ruins of Sanhok.
We can already see a couple rotations coming through, like G3 Temper and YaLLa Esports, who had that initial engagement, but now G3 Temper turning their attention here towards Myth. We're just riding alongside them, shoulder to shoulder. Need to be a little bit careful, though, because we can see quite a bit of damage has already been dealt just from that, Everest position that we saw from YaLLa Esports. They really threw a couple of bullets and made some beautiful connections towards G3 Tempter. And, I mean, for some of the rotations that we're seeing, we can see that center zone already getting a bit contested, getting a bit spicy. So these earlier fights where they can be a pretty, good opportunity for teams to maybe pick up a free elimination here, they maybe at least do some damage, waste those consumables. It does put you at a little bit of a risk, because you're opening yourself up to, maybe those other rotations coming through. So it's interesting to see, just a little bit of peeking and prodding, but I like the decisiveness that some of these teams are having to just focus on getting into those center positions. We can see, Nigma Galaxy just on the high rise here from Twisted Minds, also getting into some beautiful high rise positions.
Yeah, I think also when we talk about positions on the map, even, I want to talk about some of these teams moving into that first phase zone. Of course, there are still a couple of outliers, and we can take the time, actually, to discuss Slime 4KT here, Mari, because I think overall, they have had a very difficult position overall to get in onto that zone. They fight very far back in the position of actually Stalber Hill, and getting further in is that been a problem for them coming into the future of this first phase, not really having as great a time or information to be able to set themselves up and actually create those good positions overall for themselves, as much as potentially like Nigma or Rico coming in.
And I mean, now they're finding themselves with a very late rotation, as you said, mentioning coming through from Stolber towards the northern side of Yasnaya Poliana. They're just off the edge of the zone, but they will be one of the last teams to actually get themselves in center zone. So they're just going to be hugging that edge, hopefully avoiding as many, contentious fights as they can get, trying to get into zone, get themselves meted up and ready for that next zone pool, moving a little bit closer there towards Ferry Pier, a little bit more towards the southern side. But we do see already a few contentions, a few fights breaking out as these teams are trying to get closer to that zone. Oh, this is going to be a spicy one if we're already seeing these fights breaking out before we've even moved on to, our later zones.
Yeah, indeed. Their slime also still a long way to go into, we say, into that zone, but the inside Gatka side being much more contested now, but the second phase has come through around Gatka. I think there's going to be a lot of priority, I think, on those noodle kind of those top six, should I say, of the Galaxies avoiding that competition along the flats, because the problem with Gatka is that a lot of these teams, because it's going to be very flat on the very center of that zone, they are all going to be more focused towards that outside. You can see even the replay here as they do come in off of those more mountainous sides, 90th minute and Virtual Gaming finding each other. But to go back to my point and to say that actually here, 90th minute Virtual, they're still going to continue to fight on these high ground and be positioned like all the rest of these teams away from that open flat center, because it is just going to be so dire being drawn into the center so early and being that target, all of those teams having those eyes down upon you and not having really anywhere to maneuver around.
And you're mentioning, just guiding themselves into the action. You can see Umbra now driving on in to the side of NASR, who've already got one down, and left, right, and away we go. Wasted going to be finding a second. Now Ragnarok and, of course, Hassan have to recover here. They have to recover their teammates. They have to sort of just hold on to this opportunity. Otherwise, Umbra might take it away from them. But it's looking good so far. Umbra down with Shadowin and PRZ, who have to now move up into the action to try and hold on to this. Ragnarok just getting that heal off, so by a matter of seconds, Ragnarok will be alive and able to continue this fight. As for PRZ and Shadowin, time is wasted. Shadowin's so far off, it's only PRZ that can get involved here.
PRZ, though, still struggling as they go up into the fight, and Ragnarok gonna find at least a 1-for-1 trade. Very, very close indeed, but they're still stuck in ruins. Keep in mind here, Vimari, they had to get out of here. They had to make these revives. As he also slimed for KT, moving on into that fight potentially too.
Oh, just coming off of that crazy rotation. This could be exactly what they need to set themselves up for this beautiful Erangel. So coming through now, Shadowin having to rotate out. Just have to get the heck out of dodge here, because that is the only player remaining now for Umbra. NASR, as you mentioned, they have to recover as quickly as possible, because as you can see, 4KT getting involved with the action. Already throwing a couple of welcoming bullets, as Pronto takes his merry way into the action right between the two teams. And there's still some eliminations up for grabs here.
Unfortunately for the rest of NASR, Slide 4KT, a very aggressive move on in. I like that. They get to clean up those revives. They don't allow those possibilities of multiple NASR members to escape. And Hassan, going to be the only sole survivor. Yes, they do clean up one team, but then they have to forfeit all the rest of their players, bar one, to try come into this zone. Now, NASR, they do have some space towards this north side of the zone as it does shift now into phase 3, but they are certainly going to be under a lot of pressure on this next phase and into phase 4 particularly to survive. And yes, even though Hassan, you can see, does get that position inside of the zone, so one here and 4KT come in, collide each other against each other, it's going to be Slime and 01 here that move back into NASR later.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting one. Out in the zone, taking this fight. Safe trying to get in closer, but a nice return from Storm is going to give them just a little bit of space. Ponto now alongside Storm, trying to get those angles in here to 0-1 to just deter them away from this. They are taking this fight in zone. It is just one of the first or two phases, so not a crazy amount of damage being dealt, but again, time is wasting. You can see Shadowin, the last remaining member of Team Umbra, just a cheeky couple of peeks as well to find Pronto, and Storm now going back into the Storm, getting taken out. We've got down to 2 members here for 4KT.
Still 4KT though, they are beginning to be a little bit split because they have lost their central man. Now we have the two edge players. They need to come together, but Umbra, the other team that were in this vicinity, closer in outside of the blue, very comfortable here for them to continue the pressure and pin down actually 0-1 in 4KT, because even if they don't get these exact knocks through on the guns, the blue is doing the work for them, and by keeping them pinned inside of the blue, that's continuous damage and continuous loss of material that these two teams are having. So 4KT, they fortunate they had that Ridgejet get them across and outside, but they're not out of the danger zone yet, as they lose another there to Rico Infinity, also drawing a close into the zone.
Hey, you gotta be careful of those vehicles. They do sometimes explode when lead is hitting those panels. Now all down to Aimer. Last remaining member here for 4KT, and then we've got 3 teams down to only solos hoping to survive this next phase of the zone. And for Rico Infinity here, they can gatekeep a little bit. You know, they can hold on to this northern side of the zone and just wait for some of the stragglers to try and come on through. They are going to give Aimer just a little bit of space, but out in the zone with 3 phases deep is going to be quite a treacherous drive then for Aimer to try get into safety. And for the rest of the teams, they're obviously focusing on those rotations into safety. Rico Infinity, they're still just, you know, floating around here towards the northern side, just looking if someone's out in the blue that they can maybe just pop a couple of shots at.
And this is a problem, really, for Slime, is it took them 9 minutes to get from Stalbert in onto that zone. Then he took a fight. Yes, I think it was very decisive. They got the eliminations onto NASR, but they should have kept moving, Mari. And because they didn't move further into that zone, they tried to fight versus 0-1. They find a congestion, all of these teams on the northern side coming together, being drawn in by the gunfire and those sounds. As a result, are reduced down to that 1 member as well. So a little bit more decisive as still needs to come through onto 4KT to clean up their mistakes that are, again, costing them here as we transition into the mid game, and that zone going to close in once more. Very surprising that no team has taken up that Pachinki heal as much. Virtual Gaming really only going to be on the edge and the outskirts of that, but had they been there, they would have had a lot more information on here Pachinki and all of those teams coming out of it as that zone shifts away from the city, and all of these teams will again have to move further into Gatka once more. There are a few hills up towards that more eastern side of the zone that I think will be very quickly taken up, but it's who out of all of these eastern teams will be the first to get there.
It's going to be very interesting for these teams that just got out of those engagements, like YaLLa Esports, now down to only Human, who has to try and recover their teammate here, and they have to do so right in the crosshairs of a few teams looking to take them out, specifically Falcon Esports, who are just around the corner, with Slime 4KT now being the first team confirmed out of our first Erangel of the day. We'll have to sit back and watch as the rest unfolds. Falcon Esports now holding a nice bit of a line here, just towards the outskirts, but we'll have to rotate out for now, and just leaves, well, Shadowin there in the same vicinity to maybe make something work. Intruder and Virtual Gaming, though, on the outskirts of the zone here towards Pachinki, they have a bit of an opportunity here to get at least something happening here. Maybe a couple of eliminations, but is that going to be a really worth investment as they do need to make that rotation in?
Intruder, they have taken up some of these hills towards the eastern side. They have been one of the first teams. There's even more, a few of them here they can potentially try to go for. These squads coming down across those hills still buys a bit of the high ground, but for Intruder, they've got a lot of space to utilize here. They can still to bring themselves down, as we say, move across that ridge. They should be very comfortable pinning down Virtual Gaming, but on the other hand, it's not so comfortable here in between all the members of Ooredoo.
Oh no. And Ooredoo, they had such a beautiful sandwich that they've set up here just to pincer Myth and get them taken out, but here comes the flank. It is Twisted coming through to try and pick up all of those juicy eliminations that are just flocking out in the grass. A couple of nades being thrown into the mix as well, and Ooredoo now having to sit back and sort of take account of what is happening here, with some eliminations going towards them, eliminations towards Myth. It doesn't look like either of those two teams are getting out of here unscathed, especially not with Twisted Minds taking such a beautiful aggression and an aggressive path to confirm Ooredoo Thunders back into the lobby.
But it's not over for either of these teams surviving Miss nor Twisted Minds, because Conqueror are also there. They've got their own compound. You can see them firing upon both of these teams. So as they come over that hill out of the forest line and out of those smokes, they're going to really struggle because A, they've already used their smokes and they're not going to have as much utility now to fend off versus Conqueror. But also they're going to struggle because Conqueror have that position already inside the buildings. It's going to make it very difficult for actually Twisted or Miss to go in can just quite bluntly rush that side of Conqueror. So instead, I like what Twisted Minds are doing here in trying to pick off Mist first and take the team out behind them, but are much easier to take out at that.
Absolutely. I mean, you're just making sure that you've got space. You don't need to worry about what's behind you or in front of you, and getting a replenish on those consumables that they've been using to get these eliminations. So now Moment down is going to be confirmed thanks to the Dami taking them down with Farouk and Broly just around the corner, trying to hold on for dear life here as the last two remaining hopefuls for Team Myths. But of course, they've got their backs towards quite a few teams throwing that damage out. Now Broly down, Farouk, the last remaining member here of Myth, trying to just duck behind the smoke. But of course, we've got Twisted Minds slowly but surely pushing on in, trying to get those medkits popped off, and just behind the smoke, it is a lot of danger. It is a lot of lead that will confirm Myth back in the lobby and give Twisted Minds that opportunity, as you said, to not only give themselves some space, but get those supplies back up and running before they go ahead and face off against Conquerors.
Still, you do have to keep in mind, there were a lot of utilities used by Misters to try fend off Twisted Minds, so if they don't live out of that engagement versus Twisted Minds do not have as much utility as perhaps they would have liked versus Conquerors now in the future. Phase 5 has a game continue to shift here versus Conqueror in favour. Is all of these more teams still to come further in onto the zone, in Rico and Infinity Esports trying to edge, but still versus Falcons, who also need to move in onto the zone.
Yeah, this engagement just towards the outskirts of the zone, while it is a fantastic opportunity for Rico Infinity maybe to get a few eliminations, it is going to be costly for them if they take too long here. And we can see with the replay coming through, YaLLa Esports also confirmed with a crazy flank coming through from one shot. So we're down to 11 teams, as we can see on our screens right now. And for everyone watching, I am very curious to see who's going to come out on top here, because there's so much pressure now being applied to not only Intruders, but you can see the rest of Virtual Gaming and Falcons getting involved as well, just on the top of this hill.
Still, Falcons, they have to come up and versus an entire angry team of Intruders who are all fighting, even Virtual Gaming here, for this position inside of the zone. Falcons beginning slowly to move further up. They have utilized this brilliant use of smokes to actually block out Rico Infinity Esports from the line of sight, and actually now draw Rico as a result in onto Virtual Gaming, but they're doing the exact same versus them, and as a result, Rico, they're fighting on a lot of issues on that vision, but they still land that nade, and that was a beautiful punish there onto those two user utilities by Rico to allow maybe now some space for him to move in, and with the extra shots, Ida stepping up for this team, huge.
Oh, this is insane. A great opportunity for Rico Infinity, which is what we've been waiting for. We've been pressuring them to show us what we know they are capable of. Now turning their attention there towards Falcon Esports, who are down to potentially only one member remaining in the midst of all of the nades and barrage of lead coming through. Yusuf still alive here for Falcon and hopping around to try and get a better position here, to try and be as quiet as possible. But that nade might just be the perfect connection, taking down to half HP, the zone right on top of him, and I do not see how Yusuf is going to get out of there, and there is the confirmation. So down to the 9 teams and down to an opportunity for Rico Infinity to take this further if they can get through Virtual Gaming.
But they still have to worry about this zone. It's gone away from them once more. Virtual Gaming know that they just have to get on into the phase number 6. They cannot be stopped. They cannot be caught outside in the blue. They go into it anyways. Drive back out, desperately trying to find a position, but they're going so far, too far round the circle. And Zeus will be on all eyes of these teams and these players coming in.
Jumping into the middle of these teams, out in the open as the last remaining member for Virtual Gaming, and it wasn't without time that Virtual Gaming got confirmed out, unfortunately. But we can see there's been so many calamities, there've been so many casualties going into these final zones. Twisted Minds, NASR, and of course 90th minute down to solos, and Intruder Africa now, unfortunately feeling the brunt of damage, not only being dealt by 90th minute, but also Nigma Galaxy just keeping their eyes out on the hilltops. And now they might have to deal with Conqueror, who are pushing up onto their position. Rauf in a little bit of a difficult situation here.
Rauf is a key player. If Rauf goes down for Intruder, I think it's curtains for their team in the first match here. Conqueror, though, a little ball of the nade on in, but it's a nice sidestep by Nigma as they jump on into the building.
Ooh, but that is the confirmation, at least for one member of Nigma Galaxy, who unfortunately cannot really rely on the backup, as the rest of Nigma Galaxy are a little bit more northern up into that zone, holding down, bunkering down as Intruder also now get confirmed out. And Rico Infinity, they're running on a little bit of a high rise here towards that northern part of the zone, just behind the solo of NASR. So plenty of opportunities for them to pick up a few more eliminations. And Twisted Minds also seems to be down to one remaining player, as CONQUEROR continue to look for the rest of Nigma Galaxy here.
Nigma, though, they've done well to fend them off. Almost that nade connects onto Groza. That would have been huge for them. Sends out another. Groza went back in to the position, and as a result gets knocked. And it's a beautiful nade through from Nigma Galaxy to buy them the time that they need and buy them the space that we need on the south side. And if they can just answer down here, CONQUEROR, Groza should fall to the last of his health bar ticking down. They have all of his zone available to them, and it's the mercy of the other teams towards how well and who Nigma will decide to take down first.
I mean, at this point, if we're talking about numbers, the only team that can really sort of step up against Nigma Galaxy, purely just from numbers, would be Rico Infinity, finding themselves literally on the opposite end of the zone here, moving in further and further. But Nigma Galaxy not stopping anytime soon, confirming Conquerors. They're confirming that south side, they don't need to worry about it. They do not need to look behind them, but they do need to look ahead. As that zone shifts north, this favors Rico Infinity, and even favors maybe just a little bit the solo from YaLLa Esports. Now, Rico Infinity, huge opportunity for them here.
Yes, and I think even huger by the fact that 90th minute took down their freaks. So I think maybe Rico, they miss out on a potential opportunity to have actually gone in onto Nigma. There was that final tick, the health bar from 90th to take down one of those Nigma Galaxy members, but as they come back up, it is the zone, thankfully, that saves them here in this engagement. So it's now Rico, they've been gifted this zone towards them. They had to hold the zone now. Nigma should be coming over this hill. It's going to be a lack of information. And with Ragnar off on the side, makes it even more complicated because Ragnar is stopping Rico from positioning correctly versus Nigma coming over this hill. Instead, now, Rico, you can see they're having to utilize those smokes just to try block out a possible Nigma member coming over the top.
And I mean, at this point, this is a huge opportunity for Nigma to move on closer, as Ragnar has been a thorn in the side of Rico Infinity. But it doesn't seem like YaLLa Esports is done anytime soon. Ragnar very happy to take out anyone. If it's Nigma, if it's Rico Infinity, happy at this point. But will be confirmed out, and this leaves the two teams we were talking about, Rico Infinity and Nigma Galaxy, up for the winner chicken dinner now, with Nigma, unfortunately, a member down, as Rico Infinity slowly but surely move on forward. Hamidi holding this flank, holding this line, getting the information, as Freak is trying to avoid the nades just running at their faces. Moving a little bit sideways, splitting up from their teammates, but a potential sandwich that could come through here. A good crossfire that they can set up to try take out the members here of Rico Infinity, and here's the first one. Hamidi going to be taking out one, looking for those second. Prestige and ID just holding down, waiting for that information. Trying to get those meds up, trying to get those, whatever they can at this point, just to give them a bit of an opportunity. Hamidi taking quite a bit of damage here. Is going to get confirmed. Is going to go down. It's only Freak left. There's a shot coming through, and Rico 8 Infinity coming through with their first winner chicken dinner of the day, and really giving us a great opportunity to see what they are capable of.
A huge game for Rico Infinity Esports out of that first match there for them. They needed those points to come out, but I believe that was about 15 kills there, Mari. Sorry, and they should really here coming further in onto this second game, into this third game, use that momentum that they've been able to get as we do check out those max rankings, because realistically, they have now shown what they can do. They have shown that they can, given the zone, be able to really collectively take advantage of teams not being decisive, not being in a good position, punish them for it, and show us what we were expecting coming on into this tournament as a whole from Rico Infinity Esports. At least we finally get to see it, though, coming in at the start of this third day.
I'm telling you, I think you're a little bit psychic here because you were saying you were waiting for this opportunity to see what they're capable of. And here they go with the 29 points a game on our first Erangel of the day. And it is the second last day. So I'm so happy to see this finally coming through. Nigma Galaxy picking up those 19 points as well. YaLLa Esports coming through with 15. It's a really good showing overall. And I mean, even just a little bit of a shining light there from Virtual Gaming on this first page, maybe picking up a little bit more towards the rest of the day. Hopefully, that is going to be the case. Second page, we do know there were a few teams that unfortunately found themselves in those early engagements and really got punished for it. So this is going to be interesting. This is definitely going to be interesting moving into the rest of the games.
Yeah, certainly on his second page, it's a big match, more so for Rico, and I think also for Nigma, actually, because you see also their 14-15 position, 1 point equally for Falcons and Umbra, which were realistically Nigma's only competition. So Nigma getting in bigger now lead in that pole position of the leaderboards really makes it very scary for these teams to catch up. It makes it very much a possibility for Rico, if they can, as we say, keep these types of games going today and into tomorrow too, maybe run into contention for that top 5 potentially for them.
Yeah, and we had that match rankings. We had a look at who was really just doing the best. But let's take a look at the round MVP, who really, as a solo, came through for their team and made sure that they were just doing their absolute level best. So Kaito, of course, from Twisted Minds, coming through with those 6 eliminations and 865 damage, absolutely doing the work here for Twisted Minds. But of course, we've got 2 Rico Infinity members. Why not? They were the winner chicken dinners, picking up 4 eliminations each. And I mean, coming through with that 756 damage, quite a lot, especially towards those the later phases of the zone, really making sure that they took out at least whoever and whomever were looking to take them out. And a beautiful showing again to see them come up from this winner chicken dinner, to see them give that performance that we've been expecting from them coming through from PMPL Arabia. I mean, there's no better time than the present. I just hope that they continue that and they keep that consistency through to the rest of the day so that they can really close that gap on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, overall, realistically, it's Ido who stepped up a lot in out of these 4 players from Rico Infinity. Definitely got to see more from them, as well as the rest of the team stepping up to join alongside them. As we jump into a break, though, for Miramar, which will be our game number 2, and we'll see you guys there on the Desert Tunes.
Take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. We mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had those stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. Get a yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays dudes never had that fight. Wanna push blue, better burst your pipes.
Welcome back, everyone, here to PMPL MEA Championship 2022. Day number 3 here. We're down 1 game, 5 more to go. And Rico Infinity Esports here as they were styling on everyone in this first game. A massive 29-pointer for them. And I think resurgence to the Rico that we were expecting coming into this tournament.
It's exactly. And I mean, it's not too late. I do want to see more of it, though. I want to see that coming through into the rest of the games because, as you mentioned, it's about consistency. I mean, even Nigma Galaxy, even though they didn't get the winner chicken dinner, they were still there in the top, 4, top 2, actually, getting those points, making sure that they're growing the gap that they already have on those overall leaderboards.
Yeah, and of course, as we do check out those standings, exactly where realistically Rico do end up. It's up towards that 6th position, 107 points now, tied with O1 Esports. And actually, I think a lot closer, personally for me, as I thought they would be, because they had been struggling so much in these first 2 days and being so atypical of what we expected of them. So now, seeing them actually close to YaLLa, 1 point behind, and yes, if they can have another good game, maybe Twisted Minds, Umbra, Falcons, another bad game from them, and suddenly it's very close in the standings for where Rico would be towards the top, albeit, of course, Nigma also having a good game, yes, on that first match, creates a big now gap for them between them and Falcons.
Look, I mean, a whole jump from 9th up into 6th position. This just goes to show you that it is still possible for these teams as long as they can get those good games and maybe if they can just stay consistent. Over towards the second page, we know there was a little bit of troubles coming through. Intruder Africa finding themselves in that horrible sandwich coming through, but getting a few points here. Hopefully they still have an opportunity to climb back. CONQUEROR as well, feeling the brunt of that action with Nigma Galaxy just punting the nades at them. It was a little bit of a difficult position to come through from that southern side, but again, first map sort of, got the shakes out, got the nerves out, come back in the second map, come back on Miramar and get that consistency again. Still a big opportunity for these teams to get into those 100 points. And as you mentioned, suddenly that overall leaderboard can really and very quickly shake up.
Yeah, I think certainly, though, Miramar has been one of the more difficult maps for these teams to understand, and I think what has been the weakest area for these teams, and I will go over it again, and that has been the positioning of these squads, and surprising me, because actually I think it might be because the combination of both the African and the Middle Eastern teams. Now, Africa, from what I can see, your teams do like to play a little bit further in the back, they like to slowly come into that zone, but alternatively, here, the Arabian region is a region of its own, if you like. Really the only region right now that does tend to centralize themselves as early as possible. And as we do jump into that Miramar match, we can see that potentially here once more, because I think that change in style has been partly why, of course, Africa has struggled as a region in this competition by, of course, I think Intruder and Umbra to make a statement for themselves. But you are looking at also the same mistakes being made, on the other hand, by also Arabian region teams. And I think because of this playing path being very heavily towards Impala, we are possibly going to see those mistakes again by teams already wasting time to get to their comfort spot and then maybe being kept behind once more by that zone, depending on where it may go.
We saw so many of those fights, as you mentioned, coming into those next phases of the zone, towards those rings of the zone, as they're trying to make that transition, from the blue into safety. And that, as you mentioned, delayed these teams so much. Hopefully that means that they can polish that out coming through onto Miramar. As we know, very rotation heavy map. It's huge, it's massive. There's a lot of ground to cover, so you do not want to be slacking on those rotations. You want to make sure that you're ahead of the curve. And with that zone pulling towards that western side, complete opposite to the flight path that we've had here, the teams really need to place a focus on those positions, on those earlier rotations potentially, to get themselves set up a little bit better this time around. Jake, this is going to be quite a crazy zone to contest with these flight paths.
It's a very crazy zone indeed, and these teams, I think, could do, of course, love towards more of this Monte Nuevo, La YaLLa side, in going to be more comfortable by this type of zone going to them. They will know those spots inside of the first phase slightly better. I think very tough zone for these squads like Intruder, like also O1, and here Miss, because all three of these teams, they're going to struggle, I think, by coming in so quickly into this zone. You don't really see these squads come in so frequently as fast into the zone, and as a result, I do worry, in a zone like this, will they be able, as we have been mentioning, to catch up a little bit, to speed up a little bit, and be able to avoid teams in those fights that may delay them avoiding the blue behind them.
Yeah, look, I mean, even 90th minute there towards all the side on the northeastern side of this map, a huge rotation for them. And it's worrisome, especially when we consider how contentious this rotation will be, because we still have so many teams in between them and the zone, of course, because of that flight path. I mean, just from 90th minute to get into the zone, they have to go through Slime 4KT. They have to go through, Falcon Esports, G3, Temper even, maybe even Nigma, who are just a little bit closer there towards water treatment. So it is a hefty rotation for them to make, and it's going to come down to the timing and when they choose to make that rotation. I just don't want to see teams finding themselves outside of that zone, taking fights and engagements just to get into safety, and once again that zone makes such a huge impact as it did there towards Erangel. I mean, you mentioned the teams taking those fights out in the zone slowly but surely. That's that consistent damage that's making you waste those utilities, it's making you waste those consumables, and you're up against a team. I mean, come on, give yourself some space here.
I think also, we're talking about space here. I think at the end of the pattern, it's going to be another of those very close exchanges between teams, because Rico Infinity are another squad bit very unlikely to move early on for the second phase. To move slightly further into that zone to be a little bit more comfy in their own position, but they hold a big choke point, and they will likely force these teams round towards that more northern side of the factory, of also there, even towards Oasis. And I am very concerned that these teams making that little bit of a detour up towards the side of El Pozo may cost them that time if they aren't doing it just now, which none of these teams are. So by then potentially having to fight through Rico, if they are going to be on form as they were in that first game, look a very scary opponent indeed for these teams to be able to have to fight through.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of space in the zone that's up for grabs. I mean, Montenegro still open, still completely bare. There's no teams that have taken up that position because of that flight path. A great opportunity for rotations to be made, but some of the teams still taking their time outside the zone. And as you mentioned, if they come through in that northern side of El Pozo, we were worried about Rico Infinity, but now you also need to be worried about Nigma Galaxy, who have just found themselves set up there towards El Pozo. So an opportunity for them to get set and wait for the rest of the competition to roll on through. It's a little bit scary for me. I don't like fights out of the zone. I don't. It gives me anxiety. I don't know how the teams manage to deal with it, but it definitely provides an opportunity for those steals. It provides an opportunity for that waste of time. And it's scary. I mean, just don't do it yourself. Don't do it to me, please.
Yeah, I think definitely is these teams who are fighting on the outside, they are hindering themselves, and you see it a lot. We see it through every game so far. There's always been a team that has been very difficult to try to get back into the zone again because they have been fighting for so long. I think in that sense that there you could argue, well, the Arabian style of play to get into the center of that map as soon as possible also does make a good potential rotation in for these squads. Maybe Africa members should be able to also step up and follow that suit in trying to make those more central rotations too. But I also think on the other hand, these teams from Africa, like Slime 4KT, they can also stay on the back. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think that it has proven, especially teams in other regions, for the likes of also South Asia and East Asia have been doing the same type of strategy where they hang on to the edge of the blue, they avoid the fights. But I think it's because you see the indecisiveness. And it's that indecisiveness that has been the problem for these squads. And because you don't have that quick, we'll pick up the kills, we'll pick up the fight, and then we'll move from those eliminations and get back into the zone again. They stay for more fights than they really can, and that's when they start to fall behind.
It's that one decision, that one fight that you choose to actually engage that could cost you the entire game. It could cost you a rotation. It could cost you a team rolling up and third-partying you and taking you out. And we saw that coming through from Intruders. We saw that coming through with with Myth and Twisted Minds. They really had a heavy investment with that fight. Yes, they got the eliminations, but then going through into that zone rotation, they got caught out because the teams were already set up and waiting. They were just containing. I mean, that's all that they needed to do. They had a nice little building to work with. They just had to sit and hold the angle. So interesting to see now that rotation coming through from a few more of the teams. We're finding G3 Tempo towards the center. They were rotating like right alongside Rico Infinity. I thought we were going to see a little bit of a car chase coming through, but it does look like instead Falcon and 90th Minute will be showing us a little bit of a different kind of chase. A chase to get those eliminations, as we can already see one member dropping here for the 90th Minute, and Falcon holding the line here, holding their rotational path into the zone.
Still, 90th Minute though. Inside of that blue, still 1,500 meters to go, and this is where I think Falcons are making the right decision. They're not fighting, they're moving into that zone. They know that they can try to scarper a little bit of those bullets through in onto 90th Minute, but there's nothing really good needs to continue here. Trying to go for that force into play. Never Alone is there to maybe try to punish out XT or also that other member of Jabal moving in for the revive. But it's as far as you realistically go, the other members of Falcons are already outside there. You do see Never Alone be able to punish, but equally should be picked up, I think, by one of those other members. If they don't have that vehicle there, which I assume they do have a vehicle to turn around to if they are leaving him solo. Yes, he does has that Jeep, but it will be able then, as a result, to get back out in safety on his own, at least to the rest of his team.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate investment here from 90th Minute. Trying to get that revive, unfortunately now being punished by Never Alone, as you mentioned. And Falcon, they might just get away, they might just be able to, you know, drive away into the sunset, maybe into the zone as well, with those two eliminations in their back pockets. Although I say that, look at the rotations they have to take right alongside 4KT, right alongside Intruders, who might get into zone quicker and might be able to gatekeep them out of it. Now that zone moving a little bit more to the southern side. So that's favoring a lot of the teams that came in with those later rotations, even Myth and of course YaLLa Esports coming through from that southern side. They're going to be relatively untested, but that does provide them a little bit of space to work with into these next phases. That northern side there by Creative Fields and La Cobra, very scary to see those three teams still shoulder to shoulder, potential opportunity for them to get involved in a little bit of an elimination fight.
Still, Nigma also moving in from El Pozo. Rico also moving in from that main line from San Martin, having another patron in onto the zone. Monte Nuevo, a big location on this next phase 2. I think that hilltop, a little bit of a mistake, but teams aren't actually taking it up. I think I would have liked some of these squads, especially realistically high of RAT. I think also you're looking towards these teams, maybe like Nigma now as a result, maybe stealing these positions away because they haven't utilized them already. I think also towards their south side, teams should be utilizing those again kills coming through from Chumacera, and I would like more teams to take advantage of. But as Ooredoo, NASR in a fight amongst themselves in the building, and Ooredoo, they're not doing very well here indeed, as NASR Miracle is going to find one, find two, and Ooredoo, they have already been put down in a sort of shambles here as they lose one.
Oh, a little bit of back foot here for them. Now they need to try and recover as many as they can, or maybe get some eliminations as a trade-off here. NASR still in the building, still a little bit vulnerable as they're trying to get those reses off. You can see Smoker just trying to get into the building, trying to get an angle here, but has to be careful. The NASR members, they are active on their feet. They are making sure they're not going to be a standing target. Now, Hassan still down, Miracle, and of course the rest of the team looking for an option back into this. It is a face-off against Ooredoo Thunders and NASR. All of the members here in the building looking to take each other out, and that beautiful nade coming through is going to mean it's only Ragnarok left to try and hold on to this for NASR. But do Ooredoo Thunders know exactly where they are? It looks like a bit of a rotation coming through. Smoke are going to be spotting them out, throwing a couple of lead, getting those confirmations, and all of a sudden Ragnarok left alone to just deal with this flurry of Ooredoo players running right up against them.
It was a massive nade through from Ooredoo, and that's what's really going to turn this fight for them. That nade definitely slams down the hopes of NASR. They only had to close in on one more fight. They had to close in onto Ragnarok. They shoot through the building, pre-fire, try to stop the option of escape here for Ragnarok. Trapped inside the back of the windowsill, nowhere to run, and there Ooredoo climb in. Trio take him down.
Oh, 4 eliminations in the back pocket for Ooredoo Thunders, and I have to remind you, they were looking like the team that was down a peg. They had 2 members down. They had to recover. They had to get back into the fight. And not only did they manage to do so, but they managed to get an entire team elimination. Team wipe back in the lobby. One less team to focus on as we move into the next phase. So a great little re-engagement coming through for them. And now we take a look at those rotations. 90th minute, still out in the blue. 4KT and Falcons still a little bit close to that edge, but moving closer and closer. And now that zone shifting a little bit more towards that northeastern side of the area that we had left means that some teams like Intruder, some teams, you know, like maybe even Twisted Minds, finding themselves in a little bit of a better position potentially.
Still a big shade shift up towards the northern side here. And as I think for here Intruder, as you said, they have a great position. They need to try to hold it. They got CONQUEROR there. The only real team that can immediately create that threat. But it's also these teams coming from the south side. That's where the chaos really is going to be. In O1 are in a very dangerous position right now with, I think, Virtual Gaming, with also Twisted Minds coming in behind them. Yes, those two teams are going to fight potentially, but if they both, or at least one big version of these two teams come in behind O1, they're going to find themselves sandwiched if they don't move themselves into zone far enough. This Mist going down does buy some space, but it's in the hands of Umbra, and Umbra definitely are a very scary team when they are on top, and O1 may have to go through here.
Oh, this is a great opportunity for Umbra to once again pick up some beautiful eliminations. They've already got one, and now they are punishing Myths as they're trying to make that rotation into a better position, trying to get themselves set up. Unfortunately, down with only 3 members, and they're pulling up right alongside YaLLa Esports. This is not the position you want to be having, Ramsey. This is not where you want to be. Neighbors to one of the teams that have absolutely been fantastic so far and are looking to get even more eliminations, even more points into this next map. Now, YaLLa, they've got the information. They've spotted out Myth. They have an opportunity to take this further. And Myth, unfortunately, very spread out. So if one player takes an engagement, it's going to be a bit of time before that backup comes through. And even Virtual Gaming finding Twisted Minds, as you mentioned, taking that engagement. But they still are a bit of a threat coming through for 01 Esports with those rotations.
Yeah, also going to make that rotation away from Myths. I like that again, just avoiding this fight, making sure that you have that position. YaLLa, I really want to see them hold that compound, hold that position, because they do need to not only hold it, but keep an eye on their teams around it, because they may have to cross this road. This road, a big stopper for a lot of these squads, because it has gone right through, realistically, the middle of this zone. In those teams, depending on where phase 4, as it does close in towards this moment now, depending on which way it goes, could spell a lot of disaster for these teams, particularly if it goes towards the northern side once more, for these south teams to try and make a dash across that road itself. As Nigma dashing, but not really finding the mark here for himself, as Rico Infinity Esports punish and backstab him away.
That is huge. Rico Infinity taking out Nigma. This is an opportunity for them to, and the rest of the lobby, to close this gap that Nigma has been leaving for them. So now one of your scariest, opponents is out back in the lobby, just having to sit back and watch what's going to be unfolding here. Those rotations coming through. YaLLa Esports, like you said, that beautiful compound towards the central part of the zone. Great opportunity for them to hold this. Now CONQUEROR moving on behind Intruder, who have to try and fend them off. You can see a little bit scattered as well with Omar. very far away from the rest of the team. And Conquerors, I think they can smell that. A couple of bullets being thrown through, some smokes as well, as Omar tries to make the rotation back into safety, but comes back into the line of fire and is going to be confirmed. So Intruders, I think they'll have to deal with only 2 members into this next phase. I do not see how they recover this.
And I don't see how we get across that road either, as I think that road is going to stop all of these northern teams in their tracks in this phase 4. It's gone over towards that south side of the hills, past that roadside, and you can see all of those teams are lined up on that high ground to punish anyone going across that open side. So without a smoke road to get you across there, without vehicles to get you across there quick enough, without these 2, there is no way any of these teams will survive from the north.
Oh, it's going to be such a tough time. And here's that replay that we saw with Rico Infinity. They look like a completely different team coming through into today. And this is what we were waiting for. This is the energy we needed from them. And I'm so excited to see that fight actually going down, because this means that they might continue this. And the next victims on their list might be Twisted Minds here. So, taking a look at that, the rotations coming through, that zone, that center zone is looking so crazy. Dami is going to be finding Prestige out in the open, ready for the pick'ems as that knock comes through. And Rico Infinity back into the recovery state.
Rico Infinity here still looking strong, is coming onto the zone. G3, although I think ahead of them, are going to be one of these teams. Looking into that zone are going to be able to stop them, but also you look at the teams behind them, right? Twisted Minds also behind the rest of Rico. Actually, VR is going to circumvent them. Dami burning in the vehicle, trying to find a position inside of his zone, but you can see drops out of the vehicle, nowhere for him to run. Ida takes him down, and Rico secured the back member behind them. Now to move on to G3, though, which is going to be again another threat, because G3 have already established themselves. Virtual Gaming aren't really going to be too much of a threat compared to Rico, because you can see Umbra, they got their number, they're above them, and they have that high ground. They can see every single one of those members.
Oh, this is a beautiful opportunity. Once again, Umbra laying down the fire, building a huge mountain of damage that Virtual Gaming now have to climb. And not only that, they have to climb into the zone. And that rotation is going to take them right into the crosshairs, not only of Team Umbra, but also Rico Infinity pulling up right behind them. Virtual Gaming finding themselves in a sandwich here as the nades keep flying on through, and Umbra just looking for that one connection, that one trigger point to get involved, as is Rico Infinity on the high rise. Virtual Gaming just getting sandwiched by nades as it comes through and finds Alpha Luigi. And now Zeus and One Shot left alive to try and survive. But how can you when all those nades are coming on through?
And Virtual Gaming extinct here in the second game as Rico marched further forward. A different Rico Infinity Esports here. 90th minutes. Dodging out the nades here is finally some pressure onto the R8 squad. As Umbra PRZ again using this beautiful position behind a rock to punish these players coming on into the zone. As that zone just all the way to the eastern side, and there's only YaLLa and here Intruder that have a position inside of that now phase 5 squad.
Ooh. This is what you were talking about. YaLLa Esports holding onto that compound, and it is just paid out in dividends. They are sitting so pretty into this next zone, with Intruder and CONQUEROR being the next 2 teams that we're going to be focusing on to see if who's going to be making it out alive. Because depending on who takes this, they are the only other They are the only other team that's in contention right now, with YaLLa Esports holding the compound, holding a great position within zone, and Intruders only 2 members to work with here. Yes, CONQUEROR, they've taken some damage here, pushing on through, trying to get the angles, trying to get the information to work with, but the teams are rolling in. Their time is of the essence here. The longer they take to take out Intruders, the more opportunity they give to every other surrounding team to take this position away from them.
Still, CONQUEROR is pushing up here versus Intruders. Intruders have been sat inside this compound all game so far. But CONQUEROR finally, they ran down the solo before. They're looking to run down the duo here. Nades on in, don't find anyone, and all the rest of these teams on that western side, moving further forward in. And Intruders, they're holding firm, they're praying that they all get sliced down by CONQUEROR. They even go for one themselves. They find one versus the rest of G3. Maybe they find 2, and they back onto Rio, and it's huge here for Intruder. It's Ralph will be slapped down behind, and Rio stepping up for work, making sure Intruders cannot move out of his building while CONQUEROR lay down beside him.
Oh, the cheeky peek coming through here from CONQUEROR. They need to make sure they get rid of intruders. It's the only opponent that's really standing in their way right now to make sure that they've got this compound completely locked down. And we can see that Molly now being prepped as Rauf and Weiss trying to hold the line. Out the building they go. They are opening themselves up to the rest of the teams making rotations. But what do? They need to be careful of all of these members coming through from CONQUEROR looking for those confirmations. Rio on fire, literally running at Weiss, who's trying to stay alive here. Rauf down to just a sliver of HP. And slowly but surely, CONQUERORs are knocking on the doors of intruders, and intruders are looking for a way out, but they don't have a choice here. The zone is behind them, the move is coming on through, and the push here should be coming. In the smoke, we've got one player. Weiss is going to be the focus, but Rauf is going to go down, and now it's only Weiss around the corner. It is going to be finding one of CONQUEROR. It's going to be looking for the second, but it is not going to be able to find it in time as intruders get confirmed out. We've got 8 teams remaining, and these rotations are getting crazier and crazier as we look towards that southern side of the zone.
It's 8 kills though for CONQUEROR now. They are looking on fire here as in this game, but the zone has gone away from them. They get another knock kill to help of Umbra onto Slime 4KT. The damage extra there being done by that rogue CONQUEROR member. And Umbra here versus realistically CONQUEROR is the fight for this move in onto phase number 6. In onto phase number 7 now is 0-1. A gift for them as Azo moves towards them, but they need still to move further in themselves, as it is down below. One singular member of Ooredoo hiding and praying that no one will come into the zone beside them.
Yeah, please, just no one get up right beside them. But as we look at this, rotations still have to be made for a few teams. They still have to join in on the party. And yes, 0-1, they have a beautiful high-rise position to work with, but Umbra looking a little bit healthier in terms of their position within the zone. But for how long is the question, because they've got so many teams going to be focusing on them. CONQUEROR is now going to be finding the first line of sight onto Morteza, who's going to be taken out, at least for now. Still an opportunity to get that res coming through. But again, so many teams still to join the party, so many solos looking to stay alive. Ooredoo Thunders still have one in this. Same with Falcons, same with 4KT, but here's the push from CONQUERORs as they need to get into the zone. And once again, who's in zone? Who's holding the compound, waiting for the teams to make rotations? It's YaLLa Esports just laying down the law.
And it's YaLLa who are the sheriffs of this game. They have now 4 kills. They should even be even more. But it's Storm from 4KT who helps clean them up with the help of Umbra. Rico Infinity down. CONQUEROR now down as well. As we move into our final 5, it is down to 2 full teams of 0-1. Can they get into this zone? Can they keep the players alive to challenge YaLLa? Or will Umbra even come out from the depths of that Western chaos and be able to come steal the show away? But YaLLa, all 4 members separated here in this compound, holding every single angle. And it looks so impossible for teams to move in without at least one knock on one of these members.
I mean, the team that's really going to be, I guess, their first opponent to worry about would be 0-1 Esports. That is unless Umbra get involved first. We can see these 3 full teams moving closer and closer as the last remaining hopeful from Falcon just tries to sit back and watch it all unfold ahead of them. Maybe play for a little bit more of those placement points. Umbra now, a little bit of a decisive decision here. Do they get involved with 0-1? Do they get involved with YaLLa Esports? And that, unfortunately, is going to lead them to get that early knock. And now 0-1, same sort of thing. They're keeping their heads on a swivel. Do they take Umbra? Do they take Falcon? Do they take YaLLa Esports? It's such a difficult decision to make here because the first team to get involved in those fights is going to be the next team to get that third party going.
YaLLa keeping them all at bay though. Still continuing this game. It should be theirs.
Oh, this is going to be so difficult. And as we can see now, oh no, how do you not see the team right next to you? Oh my goodness. Damar coming through from Falcon is going to find one of YaLLa Esports just laying in wait next to that vehicle and has to run right into the crosshairs here of one of the remaining members here of YaLLa Esports coming through. Powerful is going to be finding one, doing some damage. And Damar just trying to chuck those nades, trying to get out of dodge as this is unfortunately unfolded as a chase to take down Damar.
So they don't know really the position of him. They can lay out the nades, but which room does Damar hide on in? 0-1 Esports even have an angle into the room that Damar now lays on in. There's a solo here for Falcons, keeping up the pressure. But Damar finds one, finds two, executes them both down. Damar standing strong. The solo for Falcons as can he spread his wings even further on into the 1v1 versus YaLLa. No, he cannot. Ragnar swipes down the Falcons, but a brilliant showing from them.
To take down YaLLa Esports, who are looking like the best team into this final zone. Now down to one member remaining, with 0-1 and Umbra still taking their engagement against one another. And now another member dropping from 0-1. It's 2 apiece each for Umbra and 0-1 Esports, as Ragnar just has to sit and wait. He has to wait for one of these teams to find that final bullet in the coffin to nail it into the conclusion we need. And Umbra looking strong, holding the damage, but they get taken out with Ragnar playing on into the side of 0-1. And now it is 2-on-1 as Ragnar's position has been known. 0-1 trying to get those reses off, trying to get their team back and set up for this onslaught that is going to be Ragnar. But if this nade makes one connection, this could be all. This could be all that they need. Jamar's just on the high rise, is going to take the push right towards Ragnar's doorstep, looking for that confirmation, as Ragnar now needs to deal with the entire onslaught here of 0-1 Esports, looking for their winner chicken dinner. They want this win, they deserve this win with the positions they've made, but can they take Ragnar out? Well, there we go, confirmation it is. And wow, 0-1 Esports coming out from the sidelines, getting their winner chicken dinner.
I think 0-1, a brilliant result here from them. They play it patient, they get a steady move on into the zone. They take out here, crucially, PRZ, who was a thorn in their side from Umbra and was doing so much work from them. There also, I think, Ragnar did a lot of work to help take out Umbra towards those final moments. But Ragnar still with that second position for himself, still gets that second place. But it's 0-1 who come out with the victory. Should that have been a YaLLa win? No, I think it should have. Falcons did a lot more than they should have been allowed to.
It was illegal, honestly. To have to come through as a solo and pick up 3 eliminations, taking out YaLLa. Let's just go to the match rankings, because my brain still can't comprehend how that actually came to unfold. But of course, 0-1 on top of the lobby, alongside YaLLa Esports, thanks to their eliminations with 20 points apiece for these two teams. Team Umbra not far behind with 17, and it starts to trickle down quite quickly, as you can see the bottom of the first page with Ooredoo Thunders and 6 points, all the way from 20 to 6. So it was quite a top-heavy game for some of these teams, but the eliminations that Rico Infinity picked up were insane.
Yeah, I think definitely Rico were looking really, really strong today still. They haven't really fell down. Yes, I think the problem for Rico was the fact that we were so far. That zone kept going towards the eastern side, and that was the reason why Rico and a lot of these other teams, like also INTRUDER, you can see here, CONQUEROR as well, we saw on the first page, all really struggling to find a position in this zone because of how difficult the zones were laid out to be. However, I think these teams who did get a lot of these kills, even CONQUEROR in that first page, again, having that good showing once more. But all of these teams, of course, in that second page, Nigma once again, Twisted Minds once again, these two of these top teams down on that leaderboard. And a concern for them here, because how will they be able to recover? We got to see. But what we do see now is that MVP of the match through from, I think, 0-1 should be on there. No, it will not be, though.
Wow.
It will be 2 of YaLLa on there instead, as Ida will be the third. Ida, of course, has been doing so much work for Rico, having those 8 eliminations once more in this game. And towards the damage dealt, 799, you can see that every single piece of damage that really Ida has been doing that game has realistically converted to an elimination too.
Oh, that's beautiful teamwork coming through from Rico Infinity. You have to believe that they've been just mounting some huge damage to make sure they're getting those crazy sets of eliminations. But YaLLa Esports coming through with their 2 members, understandably. That's why they tied for first in that match from Miramar with those 8 eliminations. And thanks to Ragnar and Sanji for doing the work as well. Beautiful work either way from these teams coming through with some fantastic performances. And I think, especially towards those later parts of Miramar, we really did see that better focus on rotations coming through. There were still quite a few, out of zone fights that's for some paid off and for some unfortunately did not. But I still have to give a shout out to that solo from Falcon coming through and picking up all of the positions that, YaLLa had, really worked to get in the first place.
Look, I mean, they did a fantastic job jumping in, but what is also fantastic is, of course, our sponsors, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, and also Oppo down below as well, with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Africa and Middle East Esports 2022. As honestly, it's been so fantastic both of these first two games. And I'm looking now towards that third game realistically. Can these teams like Rico continue that conversions on that leaderboard that they so desperately need?
It's all going to be about consistency. And if that's the consistency for Rico Infinity that we need to see, then that's the consistency they need to bring. They need to get those eliminations and those placements to come through and really give us the best possible showing. But an opportunity now with Nigma sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for that match gives the rest of the teams an equal opportunity to climb those leaderboards. And maybe we might be seeing a bit of a bigger shake than we were expecting on those overall rankings.
Indeed. And I think also, to be fair, not just, I think, Rico, but also Umbra have been stepping up, I think, particularly in that game. You saw a lot of the damage and demolition of Rico done by Umbra in that match to PRZ. Yes, they weren't on the MVP, but I do want to highlight them out as one of those core players in that game. They had a fantastic high ground position, utilized the car and the rock to create a wider space for cover for themselves than would usually be naturally given to them. And by doing that, were allowed to then force down those kills on those teams below and utilize that high ground position to actually catch all of them out on that run into the zone.
Look, this Miramar was absolutely crazy. And again, I'm loving the fact that you're psychic and you expected Rico Infinity to just absolutely come to town today. But it's just going to get even better. We still got 4 more maps today. And yes, we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to go to some great Oppo moments just shortly. But get ready for it because it's just starting. The spice is just coming through for this PMPL EMEA champion.
this, yeah. Sign a brand exclusive. Where it wants to lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and you're out of frame. No one misses together. Got an ego, can't explain. No. Icy boy with diamonds on my front.
Welcome back, everyone. Now 2 games down, 4 to go here at the PMPL MEA Championship 2022, day number 3. Myself, Alan and Ez here on board once more. And to be frank with you, there's been a lot of upsets here in terms of the standings. Nigma's just struggling there. Twisted Mind's just struggling in that Miramar match. But Rico are looking fantastic. 13 kills last game. Falcons stepping up too. Even CONQUEROR, who are our other big contender coming out of the Arabian region, stepping up strong in that second match.
And I think all of the teams are having a little bit of a sigh of relief that Nigma didn't have an opportunity to pick up any points there, because they've been on a little bit of a tear for these last couple of days. An opportunity for the teams, as we said, to just get closer and closer to that pole position and maybe shake it up a little bit on the overall rankings. But these teams have been bringing a new light to them, a new bit of energy coming through into the second last day. And this is what we need from them as these games are slowly but surely getting, closed. And as we're going through the rest of these maps, their opportunities are fleeting. So I am so grateful to see these teams still have that energy, still have that confidence coming through on the second last day. And I'm excited to see what we're going to see on that next map.
And what we are going to see, though, is how far Rico Infinity Esports are on those overall standings. Is another big game for them. It still keeps them in 7th position, but 0-1 now stealing that position a little bit higher on that overall 6th position themselves. CONQUEROR, as we mentioned, a good game for them there, bringing themselves into that first page of the leaderboard. And I think starting to see what these teams that we expected coming into the tournament, where they would end up now showing up on that first page. But Nigma, that gap that they had at the start of today was about 40 points. Now it's only 24 between them and Umbra, who were looking very strong in that second place position. Gotta see if they can keep it up in now this third match here as we jump back onto Erangel, and already hitting the playing path down from the overall power plant side in towards that high hills up to the north of Erangel itself.
Once again, a very interesting flight path coming through, really favoring that northeastern side of the map. I'm a little bit worried if we're going to have another zone just holding all the way to the southwestern side, but we'll see how the teams are going to deal with it this time around, and if they are going to polish up those earlier rotations, maybe getting them a little bit more center as we go through into this third, map of the day, but the second Erangel. So they've already had their warm-up. They should know what they need to do here, and hopefully some of the teams can change it up and get a better result this time around.
Yes, certainly it's down, I think, realistically to some of the other teams here who haven't really impressed, and that being, I think, some of the squads realistically from Twisted Minds who haven't been as strong today, I think have been the more noticeable one. I think also Nigma have also been very difficult here into finding a position today. They've not really had a great showing. Yes, you could argue that second position was great for them in that first match, but again, the zone really did go towards them in that Gatka side. They never really had to move anywhere. It was all of these teams coming on into them, and when we showed they had to move, it was a lot more difficult in game number 2. That zone for game number 3, though, has moved all the way over to this eastern side, and it's an opposite side zone to what we saw on that very western one just a game before.
Very complimentary and a very good opportunity for the teams that do find themselves generally towards this eastern part of the zone, of the map, having a little bit more of a favorable position. So, I mean, I'm looking at Virtual Gaming, I'm looking at 90th minute, I'm even looking at Slime 4KT and Falcon Esports. And with Falcon, after, the solo shenanigans that they had on Miramar, I want to see a little bit more coming through from them, especially still keeping my focus on Rico Infinity, who started today off with an absolute tear. And I'm waiting to get that answer. Are we going to see that Rico Infinity coming through, that Rico Infinity we know from PMPL Arabia coming through today and just going on another absolute tear.
I think with Rico, they definitely have a lot of movement to do though in this zone, and this has been something that they have struggled with initially in getting into these first phase zones if they are slightly further away from them. However, Falcons, you also mentioned, I do think that they have a very strong position this game. They didn't get punished and hot dropped for actually dropping in a 2-2 formation here at the start of this game, as teams at the beginning of this competition had tried to do so and punish Falcons in their own position. But by the point that now they have all 4 players in Yasna Poliana, Falcons are going to be able to create this fortification that's going to stop a lot of these squads, like Slime4KT, like I think also here R3E, sorry, should I say, on Rico Infinity Esports, but also to an extent even Net 01 also coming in on that same side.
It's definitely going to be interesting, I think, especially, you know, if we're looking at Rico Infinity, if we're looking at YaLLa Esports, even Myth Esports, who we know generally are towards that western part of the map. Rotations that they're going to have to make heading into the western part of the zone, into the crazy amalgamation of teams that we have there, like Nigma Galaxy, like Umbra, like NASR holding that line. It's going to be a bit of a fight, a bit of an uphill battle, but we'll have to see if that's going to be at least made a little bit easier for them if they're going to take, you know, a later rotation with the teams maybe moving a little bit more center zone, finding themselves a better position here. So as we take a look at it, I'm still also looking at, you know, that military base island, the rotations that have to be made there. They're going to be a little bit of a fun one as well for Ooredoo Thunders and for Intruder.
Yeah, indeed, Yusuf as well here for Falcons, also continuing that fortification, keeping it strong. Realistically, shouldn't see too much from this early game. I think Erangel has been more of the subdued series of these maps compared to that of Sanhok and particularly Miramar. Miramar also having been quite early on, teams being to fight, look for those early positions. Every one of these teams quite happy just to stick it out, keep on their own position. I'd like to see a bit more from some of those who have been quiet. I think G3, while they're on our screen, should be really one to look for. G3, what is it that they really come in for? I want to know this. Coming into this competition, what is it they're known for, should I say? What is it that G3 potentially could be doing better here as our African expert, we could say, on the analyst desk?
Well, oddly enough, what G3 is known for me is Miramar. So when I take a look at G3 on an Erangel, I'm looking at the earlier rotations. They've been a team that I know for a fact on Miramar. They're fantastic, they're aggressive, you know, they're confident, because that's the map that for some reason, if you see them, they just have everything, you know, down to the lock. Erangel can be a little bit more shaky for them, but we do generally see them as the first team to take center zone. Generally, I don't know if there's a change coming through now in PMPL and EMEA, you know, now that they're facing off against the rest of these teams who also favor that center zone, but the position they find themselves in is a good start. It's a great start to take into the rest of this Erangel. They just need to hold on to it and then fight off the rest of the teams looking to take them out of this real estate.
Still holding down the island for now. A little bit of a bumper car situation here. Falcons is... They jump back out from each other and they get back on the road together on their new rotation on in. G3, though, still going to be holding up strong. Elsewhere on the map, realistically, I think we're looking at these teams' rotations in. Obviously, Mist beginning to make that rotation further towards now Gatka Fuels. However, Nigma Galaxy have already moved away from that. They're now in towards Pachinki. Heading into that zone, I think the only other real problem is potentially here the sides, I would argue, of Ooredoo, the moving in from Sovnovka military base could be an issue for them, considering that they have now to move past Twisted Minds here. Intruders, they're the first to step up to that plate, also being a southern team. Twisted Minds holding very late on that fire to try allow Intruders further in to find those easier shots on them, run back to the gas station, but that tree is creating a little bit of a blockage there for Twisted Minds Vigors to be able to strike down.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting position here because, of course, we know Hemo still has to move on forward and regroup with the rest of the team, and now being pushed, as we can see the cars coming through here from Twisted Minds. They want this elimination. They want at least one confirmation in their back pockets, as the rest of Intruders will have gotten away for now. But at least, you know, they can stick it to them. They can still take out Hemo and get a little bit extra for the work that they've been doing here. But Hemo in the water, like fish in a barrel, unfortunately. Yeah, Jake, I don't... How do you get out of this one?
He swim back to where he started, but I think that Ooredoo, they should also spot him here as whoever takes him out will get that elimination point indeed. Twisted Minds getting very, very in onto this position. I think if I'm a team like Ooredoo, if I can see these members moving on in, maybe I try to go across this bridge just now, because if you allow then Twisted Minds to gather this elimination point and then come back to the strength that they had before, which is why Intruder couldn't advance by Twisted Minds being in these buildings, stopping him from moving in even in the vehicles, I think Ooredoo lose out on that opportunity for Twisted Minds to actually allowing him to give. You can see YaLLa finally making that move across. Twisted Minds not in the position really to fight, but because YaLLa is taking it slow and steady, definitely across that bridge, Twisted Minds will lead from some of that potential pressure that could have been coming through from Ooredoo.
Yeah, Vegas is still back in the line holding, just a little bit of information as the three members of Twisted Minds moved on forward for that confirmation. But again, I like it. The scout coming through here from Ooredoo Thunders gives them that information that they need. Maybe spotting out Vegas now who's making that rotation in. They get a little bit of information. They know that there's a team on the other side of the bridge waiting for them. Of course, they can use those stairs, they can use that line to get into the zone, but slowly, but surely. Hopefully, they get out of this and hopefully they find the space they need to move further into the zone. We do see a few teams still taking a little bit of a later rotation. Rico Infinity, Myths finding themselves, of course, there towards the more western side of the map. No surprise that they are one of the teams to, take one of those later rotations. But we move our attention there towards that center zone, and the zone shift perfectly onto majority of the teams that made those perfect placements with the complementary flight path that they had, finding themselves zone blessed and now just waiting for the rest of the teams to make their move.
Alrighty. They finally do get themselves all four members together. They didn't have two of those members, actually. They were rotating through from Sanhok military base, and a very late rotation, I think, from half of the squad through from Ooredoo. Not only do they give a missed opportunity to actually cross across that bridge, the Twisted Minds were fishing for that intruder elimination, but now they actually allow, as we said, Twisted Minds so much a great position to hold up here. And I think that Twisted Minds, again, are showing us the prowess of their team fighting, which is how they became to be known here inside the Arabian region, by carefully making these positions where they're not going in too deep. They're not trying to fight Ooredoo Thunders on their own turf, but they're just waiting and they're saying, well, you can fight, you can skirmish, but eventually you're going to have to come to us, because this first phase is coming in. We will now let you cross this bridge, but it's at the problem that Kaito is still going to be here to slow you down enough to the point that all three of our other members are going to get in onto that first zone. And even if Kaito goes down, we're going to have that zone advantage over you.
Oh, you can see here with the replay coming through, a nice little bit of an earlier engagement that they managed to get, that opening to get the rest of the team onto the bridge. But again, I like how you've laid it out. Basically, Twisted Minds, they are running a fantastic containment, strategy here. They're keeping Ooredoo Thunders out of where they need to be, out of the zone, out of the opportunity for the rest of this map. And if they do not find a way across this, at least with the least amount, of unfortunate mishaps or eliminations, they're going to be feeling that pressure. They're going to be feeling the brunt, unfortunately, of that engagement into the latter half of Erangel, which is going to be quite detrimental for them. So we can see two members here from Twisted Minds who have been left to do the containment and to keep Ooredoo Thunders at bay. But we still got quite a few more teams to focus on, with YaLLa Esports and Virtual Gaming now being the next teams we want to talk about.
I mean, realistically, also towards this zone, you look at the other end, YaLLa now also in a potential skirmish here versus Virtual Gaming, as they are beginning to come towards them. I think it's going to be a very slow engagement, Petrox, unless you find a knock here. Virtual Gaming can't contest this at all versus YaLLa. Every day of the week, they're going to have this position over them.
Great opportunity for them, but of course we know a few more teams moving on through. It's Falcon Esports just towards the north here of Virtual Gaming who are making their rotation in. They could get involved, but it means that they have to unfortunately put themselves out into, the rest of everyone else's crossfires. So maybe not an engagement that they really want to start. As we turn our attention here to the zone moving on through, Ooredoo Thunders still finding themselves here on the eastern bridge, coming through from that military base island. Not yet found an opportunity or a pathing away from Twisted Minds and how they're holding them right now. It's only two members right up front, but the rest of the other members of Twisted Minds are not far behind. They could get involved with some long-range engagements. That zone will hopefully force the issue here for either team to make a move and to get out of dodge.
Twisted Minds finally deciding to fully send back off the position of Ooredoo. We'll move into this next phase shift. In CONQUEROR here also potentially going to do the same thing to Twisted Minds. They have moved through from farms, so Twisted Minds, as aggressive as they were, CONQUEROR were still slowly moving from that farm location. CONQUEROR are a farm team. They should really understand this on the rotation they make from that western bridge to farm to now this location on the east every time the zone does end up like this in the past. But it's already, they finally do make that push in. Biggles was still there, lying in wait. They tried to find one. They cannot find two. I think it's a little bit unfortunate, but at least Smoker will fall down and pay the price for Twisted Mind staying here as at least a duo.
Yeah, I mean, it's some sort of an investment here. If they can get out of it, then they've gotten maybe one, maybe two eliminations off of what wasn't a heavy investment for them. They can still get into zone relatively unscathed. Oh my goodness, they actually are. They want this full elimination.
They're going back for, even here, Ooredoo, that revive. I think here, honestly, Twisted Minds, the fact that the Ooredoo are going back is very scary for Ooredoo. Ooredoo should not be doing this. They should be letting that player go. They should be acknowledging that now the phase 3 zone is hit. They are still in the blue. They don't have any information yet of what that zone is going to look like on terms of teams positioning inside of there. So Rex, yes, they do have that upfront position. QHT finally does follow up. And I like that, yes, they were trying to go for that attempt, trying to, in one way, bring back a trio to get a better position overall for themselves with 3 people rather than 2 in that zone. You just don't have the right to do that versus Twisted Minds or being there too.
Yeah, they're still going to be sitting there. I mean, they were still busy looting the one player that they did manage to confirm. So that could have gone very quickly, very sideways there. But at least they managed to get out. Unfortunately, they didn't get the res that they wanted to, that they came back for. But there's still going to be a duo going into the rest of this match. As we can see now, a little bit more of a focus here towards Umbra and Team Myth, who have found one another once again here towards Shelter. So unfortunately now for them, they can take this engagement, but NASR not too far behind and should surely be hearing a little bit of this engagement happening, should be hearing some commotion in the buildings that they hold right now. It's a good opportunity for them to just lie in wait, see what's going to happen in front of them.
All of these teams still trying to centralize back on a phase 3 position. Phase 3 realistically looking like it has, of course, centered around this prison side, and I think 90th Minute doing a very good job to try control that more eastern side mountains edge of prison. And I think the only real other position here is that of Umbra's in around this Shelter side too. Now, Shelter being inside of this first phase zone, I think no one, of course, is going to go underneath the rocks and try to live out a live under, because we don't confirm that it is under Shelter. But depending on where this phase 4 shift goes, and it's now up to where this zone goes over to prison. Rightfully so, teams will not be considering their underground position at all yet. It will now be a prison side finish in, I think, Nigma Galaxy doing a stellar job on their rotation to stay between both sides to understand that it could have gone either way. But now, because they were ready for that shift towards prison, they grab up that more hillside towards the western end and are going to have a lot of control with the hill, with the extra forest line there to help them stop and stall these teams. But G3, they may have also dived on in here to Ralph.
Oh, might have jumped the gun a little bit too quickly, though. As we can see, still quite a few teams making rotations in. So now we can look at Nigma Galaxy now trying to hold the line, getting a lot of fire and a lot of pressure being put on towards them. Raouf now cooking up a nice little bit of a nade, looking for G3 Temper here. Gonna bounce it off the side, not quite yet making the connection, but the rest of G3 Temper taking the top of this little bit of a wizard tower and trying to hold the line, as Nigma Galaxy also trying to recover their numbers. Unfortunately, didn't quite go the way they wanted to, because yes, they could have gotten some fantastic control, but they had to deal with all the teams making their rush and flurry of rotations in, and now Hamady going down to Team Umbra, to Wasted, looking for a little bit more action. So now the duo of Nigma Galaxy, they've regrouped, but they still have to deal with G3 Temper.
And Nigma, they made such a mistake, I think, trying to stop to skirmish on these fights. They should have really understood it. A lot of these other teams were coming in. I think they thought they could stop G3 quicker than what they could. But G3, they've actually, all for facts and intents and purposes here, stopped both themselves and Nigma from getting good position in this game. Now, Nigma, they're going to have a very long reach and a very long fight here versus the rest of G3, neither of them are going to move. They're in a stalemate between each other. And because they actually allow all of these other teams to come beside them and come around them, you are looking like teams who Nigma initially very much surpassed as that nade does land. Even Virtual Gaming coming up towards them too. But that one knock should at least extend this fight a little bit less.
Oh, yes, indeed. And make that a second nade coming through and getting the confirmation onto G3 Temper. So, yes, now they've given themselves a little bit more room. But I agree with what you said. There's still a few more teams coming through. There's Falcon Esports, there's Virtual Gaming, Rico Infinity is not far behind as well. And now all of these teams are going to be fighting for position within zone. Virtual Gaming now, unfortunately, feeling the brunt of the action as they find themselves sandwiched in amongst the members of Rico Infinity. And not long before Nigma Gaming even gets involved as well. So Rico Infinity, they're feeling the brunt of the action here. They're taking down one member, they're looking for another, they're taking another fight against Virtual Gaming. They need to close this up. And as a team that's quite spread up, quite spread out, the backup is going to be a little bit rough.
Virtual Gaming not really getting into the zone. No, Rico Infinity have just shut them down, using the vehicle there for a little bit more peek over the top, using it and a little bit of a smoke, a nade into the smoke to try play with Rico Infinity, but they will not play indeed. They will just only execute here as the elimination comes on through. Ida will finish it off, and their BGS go into the smoke and sunlight. Enigma still there to stop them. And RRA, it's really in a problem here now as Nigma, having finished off G3, can't capitalize on the fact that they were stuck previously. Even Umbra now falling prey to Falcons to just drive over them.
And as we're looking at it, Falcon now coming on through, trying to get that recovery. Galaxy, Ida looking for damage here. Looking to get those confirmations. It's only Lord still up, Raouf is still knocked. And Lord is the last remaining member of Nigma Galaxy, who I said might have a target on their back coming through into today because they've been so scary, because they've been so good at picking up points. The teams are looking to take them out as soon as possible. So the opportunity is risen for Ida, who's now being pushed here by Lord. Around the tree they go, holding that half HP and trying to live by it. As a little bit of a dodge comes through, Lord trying to bob and weave to try and get that angle onto Ida, looking for that last possible hit. But no, it is the teamwork coming through. And Rico Infinity, for the second game in a row, takes out Nigma Galaxy.
It's a huge win for Rico, though, who have got Nigma Galaxy's number here today in the third day of matches. Falcons still up above the hill, should at least pose some more threat to them than Nigma Galaxy. But moving up, it's going to be so difficult for Rico Infinity. They've been spending so long fighting. I think Falcons also only now coming into the edge of prison. On one hand, it is going to be difficult for them because they have spent so long, but I see also why these teams in this situation are being very careful, because a zone like this, where it does shift hard away from prison and it goes back down using those hilltops, they can navigate between those hills and actually avoid a lot of the fighting these teams like Mist can potentially have upon them from coming into the zone later.
Oh, but CONQUEROR right now feeling the brunt of the sandwich here between Myth and the rest of the teams making rotations in. Unfortunately, having knocks after knocks after knocks and dealing with the mountain of damage being applied against them. Rico Infinity not far behind Falcon, looking to pick up a few eliminations of their own. As we know, they've just come off a fight. They're down to a trio. They're looking to run right across Never Alone, which is never a good idea, with that crosshair placement coming through and finding one, looking for the second. At least for now, they have found something. Not before that beautiful nade from Prestige finds Miramar, and all of a sudden we're down to a 2v2, a recovery stage here for Falcons, as they might be down to one. I'm incorrect. There's only Yusuf left now. Never Alone's down. Miramar is down. It's only Yusuf to try and take on this 1v2 against Rico Infinity to recover their one other remaining teammate. Bam, there's the nade. That is it. 8 teams remaining.
And Rico are on an absolute tear. 10 kills again today. You cannot underestimate this squad. Once, time and time again, are looking so strong. There's Ida, this player who has been with Rico for so long, stepping up so well for them.
It's huge. It is huge to see this performance coming out from them, but we're going to have to wait to see what else is going to come through as we turn our attention towards Conquerors and Myth now. with Myth having that high rise and the numbers advantage here to take on Conquerors, an opponent that definitely they would be very happy to take out and focus on the rest of the lobby here. They need to be careful though. NASR not far behind, turning their attention here, might be finding the sandwich first of Conquerors, as we do see one going down, Caliga going down, but the rest of Conquerors still in danger, and potentially Myth might be as well, as Broly jumps into the action to try and get an elimination, is not going to find the connection, and instead Groza finds another. Now 2 members of Myth down and out for the count for what? Unfortunately, no return on investment here. The Conquerors still alive just for the time being. NASR might have backed off. For now, they still have a great angle to work with here if they choose to get involved.
Conqueror slowly coming on into the zone. NASR holding him at arm's length though. They come over the top of the hill. Conqueror carefully moving up further forward as they're also intruders fall down in the fight, either down also in the kill feed versus 90th minute, but they needed themselves in onto the fight, but it's not enough. Rico Infinity Esports still go down in the kill feed regardless. This Conqueror still figuring out the angle in which they want to take on NASR.
And if they do, I mean, look at the rest of the teams that they have to deal with. O1 Esports is still involved. On the other side, we've got 90th minute moving on forward. And Myth now, taking that rotation there towards the western part of the zone, is staring right into the barrel of 90th minute, who are still a full squad. And are still very happy to take out potentially the next team, which would potentially be Myth. Holding their line here, trying to stay quiet. As you do see Ooredoo Thunders now getting confirmed out for the count. Farouk and Ramsey here still alive, but they are getting slowly but surely sniffed out of position here. Now, XCD moving on closer. That nade making a beautiful connection. Farouk is down. This is the trigger for 90th minute to potentially take this further if they had the information, and if 01 Esports didn't get involved instead, all the way from the sidelines, from that eastern side, just punting a couple of bullets, and a Conqueror now being confirmed as our 5th team to get sent back to the lobby.
And Miss still moving forward though. They lost one versus a fight versus 90th minute. And O1 Esports, you can see both of them. They're capitalizing on this position once again. O1 moving in slowly into the zone has been the success story from them. And as the zone goes towards them, O1 are looking in complete control of this game. Is Jabal even go down? Another as Guy takes down Ragnarok in 90th minute. They're falling apart alongside even NASR on the back foot.
Oh, it just looks like 01 have everything in control. They've got 90th minute, they've got NASR, and now they might even have Myth with the full number that they have to work with here. Their only next opponent, the next possible obstacle in their way from that winner chicken dinner will be NASR, who have managed to get that revival up. It's Myth down to 2, make that potentially down to 1 as Human finds Farouk, and all of a sudden we could be seeing a 01 Esports game. But as we take a look at it, NASR, slowly but surely, they have to move on forward into that southern part of the zone, which is exactly where Aman is lying in wait alongside Jamaz, getting ready with those nades, getting ready with the angles, and here's the push coming through from NASR, is going to find one with the vehicle. Great investment, and the rest of the teams now have to come on through and follow up with these eliminations, and it just seems to be a drive-by here from NASR as Myth is confirmed out. It's the only 2 teams remaining. Who's it going to be, 01 Esports or NASR? It can go either way by the looks of the numbers, by the looks of the damage that's been dealt. They find themselves in the zone, and they find themselves in a little bit of a stalemate here. Who's going to make that first move and expose themselves?
It has to be NASR. Phase 7 is closing in. 01 know they can play it slow. The smokes have been laid out, trying to allow NASR a position here, but the fire from the Molotovs is just a wall which they cannot pass. Is finally the fire does distinguish itself, but a nade does extinguish the hopes of NASR potentially here. Is now a second one. Goes on in, finds again the execution. And Batika, smurfed out by 01, is now a miracle. So low, does not have the healing, I think, to keep himself up in this game. Has one first aid kit, but he has a gun primed because he knows he has to fight. But a health disadvantage is too much. Numam takes its scythe, extinguishes out the second, and Ragnarok is the only flame left for NASR.
This is still doable. Quite a bit of damage has been dealt to 01 Esports, but they have to make a rotation. They have to get involved before those reses come through, before 01 is back up to 3. Aman now also Meds have been there. The Rez has come through. Jamaz is back up. Ragnarok now facing a mountain of 3, a 0-1. Make the push on in, and they get the second confirmation. They want that winner chicken dinner, and they have just grabbed it.
Oh, one esports, a back-to-back chicken dinner for them here, and really is. Honestly, they are looking so darn fantastic today when they, yes, have had this zone given to them, but we've seen YaLLa try to take a zone before. It didn't work out for them. 0-1 steal it away. They show YaLLa how it's done in game number 3 in our rising on that leaderboard. They were in 6. Now I'm interested to see if they have surpassed YaLLa in onto that 5th position with that win.
It's a great showing from these teams coming through. The names that we weren't really talking about in the beginning, when we were talking about the pre-show, we were talking about Nigma Galaxy, we're talking about Team Umbra coming through, we're talking about Falcons. We're seeing a whole different side of these teams. We're seeing a whole different side of Rico Infinity coming through with those crazy amounts of eliminations. I think once again, when we take a look at the rankings, it's going to look crazy. I mean, to see these points being picked up consistently, map after map, is exactly what these teams needed to do. It's like we couldn't have scripted it better. Honestly, the teams are making such a beautiful push for that pole position, for that best game, as we can see on the second last day.
Yeah, indeed, as we do check out those match rankings. So, as we jump on into CO1 with, again, another 29-point game for them, NASR Esports. So, also taking that 20 points in 90th minute, showing up strong. Still getting themselves that 4th position overall, those 5 kills, and showing us that they're not out of contention just yet. But I think, actually, the real surprise that we had still, and as you said it yourself, Rico Infinity Esports, yes, they only got 2 placement points, but they were in 4th by the fact that they got 10 elimination points, second to only 0-1.
This is crazy because we also saw this coming through on Miramar, where they came through with 2 placement points, but 13 elimination points. So yes, the placements maybe are not quite there for them. Maybe they're taking too many engagements, which is why they have so many eliminations in the first place, and not quite translating into those later placements. But I mean, still to pick up the points that they have, to have that winner chicken dinner already in their back pocket from that first game, they are moving so well up that leaderboard that those overall rankings at the end of the day are looking potentially very, very different.
Yeah, I mean, rightly so. Unfortunately, though, it's not been that great a day for Twisted Minds again, find themselves on the bottom side of those standings. Also, Umbra, again, for the second game today, also find themselves very low. A 0-point game for themselves. Virtual Gaming also following suit in that affair. And I think, realistically, for some of these African teams like Virtual Gaming, Slime 4KT, we're struggling today to find those points and find their footing in these matches.
It's unfortunate, and again, slowly but surely that time is running out. We're halfway through into the second last day. We got 3 more games today. We got 6 more games tomorrow. So it might seem like a lot, but if you're battling an uphill battle, if you're going against teams that are picking up 100 plus points, already on that 166 marker, and just keep climbing and they just keep going, that gap is getting wider, and it's getting to a point where they might not be able to catch up. But enough of the doom and gloom. Let's take a look at the MVPs from that previous game who really put their best foot forward. And you can see the consistency in eliminations coming through from these teams has been absolutely beautiful.
And Lord stepping up at least with those eliminations, keeping themselves alive inside of that Wizard Tower, getting those MVP points value to them. But Humam also either, I think as we said it already, either we know the reasons why they have been such a rock for themselves. Humam also, though, doing so well.
Absolutely. And I mean, picking up 6 eliminations, Lord again, managing to stay alive for as long as they did with the nades being flung at their face by G3 Temper, then by the rest of the teams coming on through. It really is at least making some sort of a consistency for Nigma Galaxy. They're picking up points. Again, they're on pole position. At least the last time we saw them, they were on pole position. So if they can just somewhat stay consistent, keep that lead, that is an opportunity for them to still take pole position, maybe coming through into tomorrow. And maybe that might be a different team. Maybe the next 3 games might be a different Nigma Galaxy altogether.
Yeah, look, if they can pull it out, though, Nigma, in these next 3 games, I'm hoping that they can. We've got to see it, though, come out from them. Rico and Infinity Esports has definitely been bullying Nigma so far in these last two recent games, and interesting to see if they'll do it again here on Sanhok 2 coming up. But before we get on to that, I also want to talk to the fact that really O1 here, the star of the show, who has been 2 chicken dinners today, they have been climbing those standings, and how much points is it going to take before we recognize O1 heading up to the top where Nigma seem to be falling down from?
And again, consistency is the key. And speaking of consistency, we're actually going to be going to our own break and our own little set of highlights. So make sure you stay tuned because DK and Hipbrain will be joining you after the break.
everybody, and welcome to PMPL MEA. I'm Hipbrain, joined by DK as we're getting ready to go into our fourth match of the day. DK, we've had some very, very exciting games to start us off. How are you feeling?
I gotta say, I'm super excited to see what the teams are gonna bring on through. Of course, the players there from 01 Esports on an absolute runaway performance in the past 2 matches, but this time we're heading straight in the jungle to see what the teams are gonna be bringing in with a little bit of that CQC action. So who knows? Maybe we could have someone that jumps in, but of course, without any further delay, let's hop straight in game to see what the teams will bring and, of course, where that flight path is going to be taking us.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see this flight path, and it is not completely central, unfortunately, for them. So it's going to be a little bit more of a interesting flight path. We'll see what that kind of does, because we've only had, 3 attempts at Sanhok for these teams across the last 3 days. It's only once per day we get this map, and the circles both times have been very island focused and kind of away from that mass in the east. So we've had some very interesting circles whenever we land on Sanhok, and it looks like that trend will continue. Obviously, it is a smaller map. These teams can drop down. They can rotate a little bit slower because you don't take as much damage in that blue on this map. Even though it's a faster pace map, you do have a little bit more time. You're not too far from that circle and from that danger. And it looks like most of the teams like to drop around this area anyway. So looks like this circle probably should be pretty relaxed. But yesterday, we had a lot of teams actually dropping on the same spots and going toe-to-toe immediately. And I can already see, looking at the map state right now, there's a couple of teams who are dropping quite close to each other, DK.
Yeah, and that is, of course, going to result in some pretty hot and spicy action to come from these teams, as they are going to be looking to find themselves in a little bit more of an ideal setup. And I got to say, I like it though, because it's gonna add with that a little bit of an additional bit of a complexity coming through for these teams, having to try and squeeze the most out of their current positions. And of course, starting it off is going to be Flacco here from G3 Tempo, looking to get a bit of a trade coming through here on towards Vigor for the side there of Twisted. But of course, they've got to be super careful because you got YaLLa just behind them. But Vigor now steps up and picks up Flacco. Beautiful trade.
Yeah, first blood there picked up for Vigor on Twisted Minds, and it's been a bit of a resurgence from them today. They had some better games than they did yesterday. It's been a resurgence for a couple of teams. Obviously, yesterday was the Falcons day, where they had those amazing 2 chicken dinners back to back. Then obviously we've seen 0-1 have a bit of a recovery today as well, and a couple of teams starting to remain or catch up to the top of the pack, but a couple of teams who are still struggling in the standings right now. So obviously, kind of eyes go towards the like of Slime 4 KT, because they've not had the greatest couple of days, and it was kind of hit on after that last game, but we're running out of time. Like, if you want to stay relevant, you need to actually get a good game in these next 3 games, like a couple of good games. Otherwise, tomorrow is either a miracle happens or you might just be out the running.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super challenging for these teams to make up for lost time or potentially lost points. And they have to really try and stick it up as hard as they possibly can. And of course, the further we make it through the event, the more challenging it becomes. Because as you said, rightly so, they're running out of time and they're running out of opportunities. So whatever strategies they still have locked up their sleeves, they've got to bring it all to the battlefield, let it all loose on the table, and they cannot afford to waste any more time. They have to step up and perform the way that they've, kind of planned to perform moving into the PMPL Championship.
Yeah, remember, these teams are here for a reason. So every one of them is definitely capable of it, but some just haven't quite had that performance we wanted out of them or expected out of them. We'll keep our eyes on this over the rest of the day just to see how these teams are going to go. As Virtual Gaming, Faluji just set up knowing that myths are in the area, keeping an eye, and there's going to be a battle for this compound at some point. Although, do keep in mind they're not actually within this circle here. The circle is a little bit of a ways away from them, so someone's going to have to move sooner or later.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to move. But while we wait, I quickly want to grab a quick opportunity here just to give a shout out to the people in the live chat. Of course, I've been in there before we jumped on here just to, try and kind of find out what the predictions are moving through these games. So far, it has been proving to be quite challenging to predict the winning teams. But, of course, opening up the opportunity once again for this match to see what the predictions are as to who the fans think are going to be walking away with a winner chicken dinner right here over on towards Sanhok. So, yeah, a lot of excitement coming in at this point in time. I don't even know who to make any predictions for because it seems so challenging and the team's continuously stepping up and surprising us. And of course, we can see the players here from the side of Umbra and YaLLa just on the outskirts there of boot camp, getting into a little bit of a back and forth, but nothing too crazy. It does seem like the teams, at least for now, are respecting the spaces and, you know, trying to see which fights they can take and only trying to line themselves up before potentially overextending. But of course, Umbra, they are going to be wasting any time as they just come rushing straight up into YaLLa.
Yeah, they're looking for them here as Wasted cooking that nade, seeing if he can find the opportunity to get it in. Gonna lob it over the wall, doesn't quite land onto any of the YaLLa members. Already getting rushed in. Hoppin able to take down one, looking to come through the window, can't quite land onto Wasted with a shot, but Wasted gonna launch through the window, coming on the little flank himself, taking a whole bunch of damage in response as Hoppin trying to get the shots, trying to get this a little bit last damage coming out, and Wasted able to find the takedown. Should be able to help his friend up any moment now, but he still has the rest of YaLLa coming in, and Sanji coming in for the cleanup. YaLLa are just starting to run through Umbra here.
Wow. I mean, that is absolutely insane to see. Like, YaLLa just coming out of nowhere, stepping up with such an aggressive push. And now looking at what's left of players here from Umbra, they now start to rather reconsider their options. You can see Morteza also getting down, and PRZ now just trying to put a huge gap in between themselves and that pursuit potentially coming through from the YaLLa players. But beautiful defensive play coming through. As you can see, YaLLa just not wasting any opportunities.
Yeah, this is much better from YaLLa. They had a very difficult start to yesterday as well, and they were a team who I kind of had my eyes on. Ragnarok has been a player who's been consistently good for YaLLa as well across the last couple of days, so it was really nice to see them step up to the plate and take out Umbra. 3 members down. This is one of the teams who, after day 1, was sitting at the top by a good 20 points, and they're still very high up in the standings. So losing out heavily here, this could cost them heavily in the standings. And as we kind of close out this final day, sorry, not this final day, this third day, penultimate day, let's say, of the PMPL MEA. Amazing stuff from YaLLa to open us off, though.
Yeah, that was absolutely sensational to see. But of course, now as we look onto the players here from Myth, we see them coming under a little bit of fire there. Of course, it is going to be Virtual just off in the distance, tapping away a few hits. And of course, we see Zeus now getting snuck up upon. So Zeus just keeping a very cautious angle there, trying to see if they can maybe find a potential play. I love that position coming in from Alpha Luigi as well. Just inching their way ever closer to the side there of Myth. But look at this. Broly completely undetected, sneaking up. And Zeus might not have a controlling off-angle position for much longer.
Yeah, this could be very scary for Zeus. If Broly gets enough information on where Zeus is, he might be able to take him down. Zeus not revealed himself yet, as Ramsey taking some fire from Zeus. And that should reveal his location from behind that rock. Broly going to very slowly shuffle in behind him and look to try and take out Zeus. Has got the nades to work with as well. So where he's behind that rock now from the shots. Comes in with a couple of shots, reveals himself. Zeus takes a little bit of damage, but Broly wasn't able to actually fully chip away at him there. Nades coming down, going to go over the head of Broly. Broly able to dodge away as Zeus now trying to take the 1v1 versus him. Comes in with a spray, but that is going to be the knock from Broly, and he's going to be able to finish him up. As Miss cashing in on a kill, but this fight's not over. These teams are scrapping right now. Alpha Luigi is able to get a whole lot of damages, able to take down yet another member, making it another, mopping everybody up. Virtual Gaming, very, very clean stuff from them.
Yeah, that was super aggressive plays coming through. I mean, the only thing I heard when Zeus was standing out here behind the rock with Broly on the approach was that shark anthem, you know, that dun-dun. That's all I heard, because Broly was circling, struck down, and with that picked up the trade. But now this is a little bit more of a challenging position, right? As we can see, Blue Zone making its way on through. The players already feeling a little bit of that sting coming in, and Farok now in a little bit of a compromised position. They're not really being within reach of Broly just yet, but fortunately for them, this is only the second phase Blue Zone, right? So it's not going to be doing too much damage just for now. So they are able to afford a little bit of time being spent here, but still they got to keep a very watchful eye on those health bars and try not to overextend or potentially overexpose themselves. But it is going to be Broly looking now to close it out. They want the vengeance and looking to pick up a few more of those eliminations, but Alpha Luigi is just lying in wait and is ready for a bit of that rush to come on through.
Yeah, he is set up for it. And the circle actually has been very kind to these teams as well. So it's not too far away from here. So whoever kind of takes the win from this can heal up with the meds they're able to steal away and then deal with it from there. Broly, I just try and rush upstairs, but it's going to hold off for the moment as actually Broly coming around onto the flank. Might just be able to find them out. Coming in with a little bit of damage, but not going to be able to connect it quite yet. Petrox is going to get himself knocked and taken down. Team Myths actually coming out on top. No! From a distance, downtown!
Oh, I mean, that was absolutely great to see. Rico Infinity sneaking in with a beautiful third party. You can see Prestige now right there on the front line. Ida coming in the opposite end. That nade not really reaching all the way across, but of course, Ida now also sends one in, and it is going to be the end of the road as that nade from Ida does the necessary job and, of course, sends them packing. Also, now we see Gaga looking to push up here on towards G3 with a quick defensive shot coming through from Buden and C-Mind. But now it's up to Moore to try and find another position to potentially contest this compound.
I absolutely love Sanhok. This map is so chaotic. Everyone's scrapping the whole time. 90th minute G3 going toe-to-toe in this skirmish. 90th minute trying to flush out 6 God with the nades, but not going to be able to quite find them. We're hitting a bit of a stalemate in this for the moment. We'll see when the rushes come forward who decides to rush who. Who breaks first? That was a great nade for the knock.
Well, 90th minute, waiting only till the 11th minute before they decide to strike down, as you can see. Beautiful nade getting sent over to C-Mind, but now it's up to Buden and 6 to try and hold on the onslaught coming on through. But with that, 6 now gets traded, and with that, all hope now turns down to C-Mind. But unfortunately, they're not going to be able to survive the aggressive push rather coming on through. But now we do see the plays here from the Ooredoo third party. This beautiful play coming here on 90th minute.
It's every fight seems to end with a third party coming up, and whoever wins the fight doesn't really get to catch their breath. Circle will be closing in soon as well, so we'll keep our eye on that fight. But also going to be very interested to see where the circle closes and how this is going to go down from here, where this is going to force the teams. Is it going to be more central like that last one was? Just slowly closing in on this river area? Or are we going to see maybe something a little bit more spicy? Circle will be closing any second now.
I mean, Trifecta is still a really challenging position to play, and that is, of course, exactly where the zone will stay. As we can see, Slime now having a beautiful setup right there on the very edge. But now, they need to be super cautious, right? We do see them already occupying a few of those compounds on that southern part of Trifecta. But as we can see, a lot of teams now starting to move in, not only on the eastern side, but also over on towards that western front. So YaLLa, they're going to have their hands full, especially looking to defend that position closer towards bootcamp. But also now look at Intruder starting to also make their way a little bit further into that coastal line, looking to get themselves set up in anticipation of the rest of the teams now starting to move in behind them.
Absolutely. Nice circle in a way, but it does make a lot of kind of water to play around as well. So circle's a lot tighter than it looks just because of the amount of rivers and water. It's going to be causing a problem as Twisted Minds are going to move up a little bit, get themselves a little bit more centralized as they're not actually in the new circle yet, not quite in the blue yet. They'll be closing in fairly slowly. There's a couple of teams who've already got themselves buckled down. Dammy actually has found out this final Umbra member from this earlier skirmish. Yazzie needs to be a little bit careful as this 90th minute able to actually hold on from that engagement where Ooredoo Thunders third partied them after they took that last fight, but now they found themselves in the waiting hands of 0-1. Saif might have a good pick here. Is aware he's going to come out, find the spray, and down goes yet another member of 90th minute. They are only left with one. Not going to be able to find him yet, though. He's going to be able to just make his way out, but no, he's taking shots. Taking a whole bunch of damage, but not going to be going down. 0-1 might be able to just knock 90th minute out here.
Yeah, that's very much a possibility now. Jabal now just looking to find an alternate way to get back into this phase. Humam now looking to tend to the wounded, looking to get Yamaz and the rest of the squad back into fighting form. But of course, the Ooredoo Thunders keeping a very watchful eye up on the high grounds. We can see Rex, Alhaje, and Smoker now just creeping ever closer. QHC still some distance away, but again, looking at the vantage point they've got, they will really be able to apply a lot of pressure now down on towards the players here from YaLLa Esports. So I'm not quite sure whether or not it will be able to make a bit of a bounce back from this, but they've already been showing some really great potential just in the past 2 matches.
Yeah, they really have. This has been a much better kind of swing back from them. 0-1 actually rushing up the hill towards Ooredoo Thunders. They might just get shot onto here as Smoker's got a pretty good flank angle, although he's a bit of a distance away. They're not entirely aware of where Ooredoo Thunders are. Duff might just take a whole bunch of shots here. Gonna get himself knocked as Haji needs to step back. Maz gonna try and make sure that his teammate isn't gonna get finished up, but in comes Smoker on this high ground, spraying down onto 0-1. Not going to be able to finish them up yet, but they got the nades cooking. Don't think that was quite close enough. That was pretty close, though. Closer than I thought from Smoker.
Not a lot of options really here, right? As we can see, the players from the Ooredoo Thunders, yes, they've got that position up on the high ground, but now they're looking to get themselves a little bit more spread out, being in a position where they can cover as many of these possible angles. QHC and Smoke, as we can see, now really just looking to get themselves a little bit better situated. Of course, Rex holding on towards that more northern approach, but all the teams are in fact coming in now from that southeastern side, so there's got to be a lot of congestion, especially coming to the front line there, where we see the players from Intruder and of course Slime 4KT. But 0-1 trying to reach up to the top of this mountaintop, and you know, they can't really make the reach all the way across, so this is really a good position, at least for the players here of the Ooredoo Thunders.
Yeah, it's a very good position for them. They've just got so much high ground to work, but 0-1 able to get themselves inside the building, kind of buckle down for a little bit and give them a little bit of safety. Obviously this circle not quite on them yet, so they got a bit more time, and we don't even know what the circle's going to close, so both these teams pretty chill. You can see that final 90th minute member in the blue right now, just trying to deal with it, as actually looks like Nigma fairly close to the likes of Twisted, currently having a fight over the river across the bank, as Dami is going to have to peel back for the moment. Nigma, they are very close to the edge of this circle, so they will be able to get in and out of danger fairly easy. It's not a particularly hard rush to safety for them.
Yeah, I mean, they've got it quite comfortably trying to move in from that southwestern approach, right? I'd even go so far as to say that Twisted Minds also have a relatively comfortable position to play from this angle, right? But if you look a little bit over on towards that eastern side, the players there from Slime, they're going to have their plate absolutely jam-packed with opposing teams looking to push on through already. We see the players there from Slime now reaching down in towards that waterway. But again, Nigma now trying to just figure out a good approach to get up and get their players all raced on through. But NASR moving in right behind them. So that is with it going to be bringing in a little bit of that contention also. The players there from 0-1 Esports keeping a very watchful eyes. We can see Yamaz and the rest of the team just positioned up onto that high ground. So this is where I don't really want to be in a position like we see for Nigma Galaxy, for instance, right? Because the moment they move, they are going to get spotted by at least 3 teams in the vicinity.
Yeah, absolutely. Kato actually able to get 1 knock. Takes a little bit of damage in response, but he's going to be okay. Lord can heal up, and YaLLa have been eliminated in the middle of this fight, but Nigma under some serious fire from the low ground. But Dami's slowly edging around to the side as well. Nigma needs to be very, very careful now.
All right, so the nades starting to fly, as we can see a little bit of that engagement coming through there on the Rico Infinity front as well.
Oh.
We had some beautiful engagements now at the hand there of the Ooredoo Thunders Smoker and their teammate just lighting it up. But look at this, Galaxy in a little bit of a worrying position. We can see Lord now just holding on to the very edge, but up comes the rush once again. Twisted now being able to to find a few more of those engagements. Also now Umbra having to pack their bags and make their way right back up in towards the lobby. Slime coming under fire as well. So quite a devastating play coming in on that southern front. But now Lord can hear the footsteps, steps up, picks up Dami. But let's see whether or not we're going to see that final blow getting dealt over on towards Kaito. Kaito now getting ready for a bit of a rush, trying to risk it, looking for a bit of hard cover before making up in towards the zone. Meanwhile, the players there from 90th minute also make their way back into the lobby. But here we go. 0-1 Esports now looking to get themselves set up, but also Slime heading right on back.
Yeah, we're not down to too many players left as final Conqueror player, by the way, is miles out in the blue, just trying to mid-strat it through as long as possible to get as many placement points. But it's 0-1 who have got themselves this high ground. They had an amazing game just after this one. And a headshot comes in from Jamaz, able to take down the last of Twisted Minds. 0-1, the only team running at maximum capacity right now, as Intruder do have a single member who has been downed, and they will lose their life to the play zone, unfortunately. The circle, nobody's really set up in it. The closest is 0-1, but no one has complete control of that particular zone at the moment. There's a very hilly, foresty area we're ending on, so it could make for quite an interesting end to this match.
I like that hilly, foresty area approach, but it's 100% true. Of course, we can see Falcons out in the blue. We've got Lord out in the blue for Nigma Galaxy, and then of course we've got Riva there for the side of Conqueror. But the rest of the teams all situated up in towards the zone. 0-1 now looking to bring in a little bit of dominance into this current position, looking to try and just clear it out. The players there from Intruder Africa, of course, now looking to come in on the edge, but with that, last is the last one for Falcons, and with that makes their way back over into the lobby. Meanwhile, Intruder 0-1 still continuing with their onslaught here, and both teams currently sitting on 4 players each.
Yeah, they both are actually. Intruder quite happy to hold this for the moment. The 0-1, they are picking everything up, but the damage is coming down from the top of the hill. 0-1 spraying onto Intruder Africa. Remember, they need this to be a good game for them to keep themselves relevant in the standings, as that's going to be a quick knock on to one of the Ooredoo Thunders from Intruder Africa, who are fighting this metaphorical and literal uphill battle towards 0-1. Lord, the final player here for Nigma, also hanging on. Same forever. Conqueror's final man, just off in the blue, miles and miles away from all of the action, just hoping people get knocked out sooner rather than later. Using as many meds as possible as Jamaz accidentally takes a little bit of damage from that molly. It's burning down somewhat and isn't quite knocked, but that was close.
You know, it's close, but no cigar. But speaking about that, it is still a little bit of a risky play out on the very edge, out in the blues. You can see QHG also being one of our solos situated out in the blue zone, sipping on some blue juice, as they would say in the chat. But meanwhile, right, it is the main fight for now is going to be between Intruder Africa and the players here from 0-1 Esports, looking to see who will be the team to claim this 4th winner chicken dinner of the day. I mean, 0-1 looking to potentially pick up their 3rd back-to-back chicken winner. Wow, chicken dinner win. But of course, that would also then make it a turkey, right? If they pick up 3 back-to-back, it's then called a turkey.
Yeah, true. I mean, what is a turkey but a big chicken? What can I say? You can see that Conqueror knocked out in the meanwhile, as Nigma and Ooredoo Thunders actually did have a quick look. Nigma, their final man, does have a fair few meds still, so there is a world where they could place higher here. Actually just spraying in, trying to get a little bit of additional damage out. Not going to med up in time, as Ooredoo Thunders knocked out. Nigma holding on just about in the while. Both of these teams slowly being pushed towards each other. One of the 0-1 members has been taken down, so Intruder working with that man advantage for the moment. Closing in on 0-1, as Nigma still just about holding on into this game. Seeing if they can bandage up. They've probably only got about 3 or 4 bandages left, though. Or medkits, sorry, left, though.
Maybe
this
3 or
is holding out.
400.
Ooh. Nemo actually coming in, gets himself one knock, going to get taken down in the meanwhile. Everybody bleeding out for the moment, but nobody's going to go down. Nigma will fall down in the meanwhile, and it's just a 2v2 for these teams. Intruder are rushing into 0-1's pocket, able to take down yet another member, getting the damage returned onto them, though. There's 2 members knocked for Intruder, 1 from 0-1. Can Jamaz make this work? No, he can't. Intruder takes the chicken dinner.
Oh, absolutely insane to see that. I mean, Intruder, they had me sitting on the very edge of my chair. That was so close. But at the end of the day, they succeeded. They were successful in picking up that winner chicken dinner. And they do so in beautiful style, of course, also finishing up with an impressive amount of eliminations coming in. Not exactly dropping that 30 bomb, but they came super close to doing exactly that.
Yeah, that was an absolutely amazing game from Intruder. And, you know, I said it, they kind of needed to get this win on the board to stay relevant in the standings because they were climbing back after yesterday, closing that gap slowly but surely, and finding a win here, especially when you get a lot of points like that. Very, very big win there for Intruder Africa and a very needed win. 0-1, though, another impressive game from them. 2 back-to-back now where they had high kills, high placement. I mean, they won the last game. This is doing some interesting stuff to the standings because yesterday it was the day of Falcons. Today, 0-1 seemed to be that team. And every time we have a new team kind of jumping up, it really plays into the kind of standings and makes for the final day to be quite exciting as we do have a look at the match rankings. Intruder Africa, sorry, getting themselves 24 points off that win, and 0-1 20 points behind them as well, so only 4 points difference between these two teams. Ooredoo Thunders, another good game for them as well, as Nigma kind of just played for those placement points, able to scrape it together.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the players there from YaLLa Esports putting in a lot of effort. You can see them actively trying to catch up to a high position coming into the overall standings. But a very satisfying performance coming in from the players there of Intruder. Can't fault anything on that front, coming in with the 9 elims. But as we look a little bit further down, we see Twisted Minds, Rico Infinity, YaLLa, all coming in with some good numbers, at least with regards to the eliminations. But now, as we get ready to move into that second page, this is where things look a little bit more troubling, right? At least all the teams were able to pick up points, but it's still, you know, it's quite scarce with regards to the points coming in on the second page.
Absolutely. And I think the big one is in that 13th place, kind of tied up there with Slime, Virtual Gaming, and Team Falcons, is Umbra. These were the forerunners. These were one of the teams who actually we kind of after day one turned our attention towards. NASR, another team who had a really, really good day yesterday, but it fell apart for them today, and Falcons as well. Like I was saying, yesterday was their day, and today it's not really been the day for them. So we've only got 2 maps left. I think we kind of have to kind of really hit on the point, but if you don't get a good day today, tomorrow is going to be a lot harder for you. As we have a look at our MVPs from that last match, and probably not going to be too many people catching you off there. Jamaz had an amazing game. Same for Hemo and Smoker as well from the Ooredoo Thunders. Overall, very, very good stuff from all of these players. Incredible game for Intruder and 0-1. I mean, it's been an incredible day for 0-1, to be fair.
Yeah, let's not beat around the bush, right? They've been really stepping up with their performances. I mean, if we look at it, it was 20 points off of this last match. The one before, they came in with 29 points. Before that, they picked up another 20 points. So that means it's 69 points already that they've been able to secure in just 3 matches here today. So a really strong performance coming in from them.
Absolutely. And if you want to be securing yourself, we actually have some goodies for you to secure. The special crate. I can't remember how you get this, so I'm going to pass it to you, TK. I should really read the scripts. How do you get this?
Well, once we hit the 50,000 consistent viewers milestone on the streams, right? During the PMPL MEA Championship, you get a free permanent reward. So the easiest way to do it is you go in-game, you go into the esports center, and there you would get a free reward 1 day after the tournament ends. So that would mean on Monday, right? That is 1 day after the tournament has ended. So ensure that you pop in-game and you secure yourself one of these beautiful special crates. I've already done mine, so now I'm just sitting around waiting to see when I get that lovely, lovely blue setup going. But of course, some very exciting gameplay coming in. And we did see the same players also participating right here in the PMPL MEA Championship, rocking the exact same outfits.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's not all just about the reward. You get the reward, but you also get to watch some really, really good games. And honestly, very, very tight weekend so far. You know, we are on the tail end of our third day, and it's so hard to call it. I think by now, normally you'd be like, okay, I have a good idea of like our top three. I genuinely couldn't tell you our top three right now, DK, because every day someone new steps up to the plate and steps up and just looks absolutely incredible. On the other side, a team who does look good, like Umbra from day one, have had, you know, a couple of good performances. For the most part, pretty middling and pretty underwhelming stuff from Umbra. They really need to step up. But for now, it's time for us to throw to a quick break. When we're back, we'll be back going on to Erangel. We're going to Erangel, baby. We'll see you after this break.
Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy. Icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking. Icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Yeah, icy boy, the frozen soul. The suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. So down for me,
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL MEA Championship. We had a very, very spicy game in 0-1 stepping up to the plate yet again, although they weren't able to actually find that win. But what they would be able to find is potentially some goodies. We actually have another crate shout out for you to have a look at. This time it is our Lumberjack overview. Very similar. Obviously, you can watch live to get your rewards depending on the concurrent viewers. me and other Jake have spoken about it quite a lot. I love that lumberjack skin. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, no, I was listening to you talk about it yesterday, so I'm up to date with what you said about it. But me, I have to go for the blue. I know you said you are a blue guy. As am I. As you can see, if you look closely, you'll see my shirt also has a little bit of blue in it. I know it's a little bit far, but yes, it is, right? Even my office is blue. So, yes, blue outfits all the way for me. I mean, if you want lumberjack, you can go for it. But of course, speaking about blue and lumberjacks, right, it is time for a little bit of that overall action as well.
Yes, we need to see where the standings are as we get ready for our fourth match of the day. Nigma, 205 points, sit at the top with those 4 chicken dinners in their pockets. 0-1, hot on their heels, and Falcons even hotter on their heels. Then it is Umbra just behind them. Twisted Minds below them, Rico Infinity, and then YaLLa. And that's where I think it starts to take a bit of a dip, as NASR about 20 points behind, well, 19 points if you want to be pedantic, behind YaLLa. But these top 7, I think this could go anywhere for these teams. YaLLa being very, very aggressive, and you can kind of see from their elimination points, 69 eliminations under their belt. As Intruder Africa, much needed win for them. Able to really pull themselves back, not really doing as hot in the elimination points, and that's probably been what's kind of holding them back. But for these teams at the bottom, there's a lot of work to go if they want to try and pull it back, and they have to find some of these wins. Ooredoo Thunders unable to find a single win across the last couple of days as we are loading through to Erangel for our next matchup of the day, number 5. So we're closing in, or potentially very interesting plane path, actually. Pretty much almost down the center, but not quite.
And it's almost 100% vertical, right? A near straight north to south line coming through here. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting still to see what the teams are going to be doing that like to frequent that kind of shelter, prison, multi-power position, right? Even like Sosnovka Military Island, that's well within reach. But again, now it's that opportunity for the teams to get themselves situated, to get themselves locked in, dialed in, and ready to roll with the punches. And this is the opportunity now, as you said, the teams sitting a little bit lower down on that leaderboard. This is the opportunity for them to step up to the plate and go get some points.
It's a necessity for them, unfortunately. I think if you have bad placement games, if you're one of those bottom teams and you end today on another 2-3 pointer, you are in an absolute world of hurt going into tomorrow. And I would say a damn near impossible task. You have to get multiple 30 bombs in a row. And another circle that's coming in a little bit spicy. Going to be a little bit more northern, but still pretty okay for most of these teams. We've seen Ooredoo Thunders and Intruder consistently drop from their military base over the last couple of days. And again, they are going to have to get forced out. And the interesting thing is actually how some of these teams have gatekeep them, because teams know that there's 2 teams that drop on military base. So we'll see some teams get set up on the bridge to handle these teams as they make their way over. So we are going to have a quick look on to Virtual Gaming, a team who, unfortunately, again, haven't had particularly the best standing across the last couple of days. So definitely need to bounce back.
It's a challenge, you know. There's a lot of bouncing to be done here. I can't argue with that fact, but yeah, I mean, the teams sitting low down, they'll have to pull their socks up to run about maybe their elbows or maybe under their chin, depending on, you know, how stretchy they are. But still, you got to pull them up quite some bit and, you know, just bring everything together, you know, piece it all back into one piece. And I mean, speaking about a one piece, the players there from YaLLa Esports, we can see at the top of the screen, you know, they've just made leaps and bounds coming through with their positioning on the overall standings for today. I mean, coming into today, 0-1 was sitting over in 5th position. Right now, we find them sitting much higher up, all the way in towards 2nd. So definitely, it is within the realm of possibility. But the teams will have to go out and make that happen. That's the only way that they'll be able to advance up that leaderboard and get themselves closer to that pole position.
Yes, absolutely. It's you know, I don't think we can stress it enough, and you might get a little bored of it for you guys at home, but it is important here now for the teams, especially at the bottom, to step up. But I mean, I guess it kind of is the same for everybody because the top is quite tight. So it's very on these top teams to continue to remain at the top. Because 0-1, having a couple of good games back-to-back is now going to really cause problems for the likes of Umbra, the likes of Nigma, these teams who, you know, have frequently been at the top across the last couple of days, but their spot at the top is slowly slipping away from them as more and more teams basically deny them points by taking those points for themselves.
Yeah, yeah, and of course, you know, also the difference between first and second place, right? The difference between 8th place and 9th place is $1,500, right? So there's quite a bit of a gap between the two pages. So the teams will obviously have to try and get themselves situated closer towards that first page. And for the time being, it does seem like the teams are really trying to get themselves into a little bit more of a more satisfying position, right? A position that would allow a little bit of a better rotation potentially to come on through. We do see the players there from G3 heading up into Cube. We see the players here from YaLLa also now making their way over in towards the Georgia Ball crates. But again, a lot of proactiveness, a lot of movement coming in across the board. And it's only going to be a matter of time before these teams start bumping heads once again.
Yes, absolutely. I think we might see a little bit, especially in these last couple of games, a little bit more from what we saw from day one. A little bit of nerves from some of these teams and maybe a little bit less aggressive plays. I think for the teams like 0-1 who've got wind in their sails right now, I expect to see more from them, more aggressiveness. I think YaLLa as well, taking some really good fights in the last game. Unfortunately, it was a little bit rough because it was quite a tight map and they weren't able to get the greatest placement. But they were still seeing a lot of aggression from them. So I'd like to see more because YaLLa have been this team that have impressed me across the last couple of days. But it just feels like they're like an inch away from being one of the top teams. I'm curious to see what the problem has been. Whether it's been the rotations, maybe that kind of triggered discipline, revealing themselves too early and then kind of being punished for that.
I mean, it could be so many different things, right? But I mean, I have to agree with you. YaLLa definitely a very impressive team. Of course, you know, we've been watching them all the way since you know, the PMPL Arabia back in 2021. So, you know, we've been seeing for some time how these teams have been playing, and that in fact goes for a majority of the teams from the Arabia region. But now, as we look over onto the teams from the Africa side representing the continent, also some pretty good efforts being put in here. But obviously, we'll see more improvements as the teams get more and more experience. You know, with more international teams in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be very much on, you know, I said it before, but it's very much a regional pride thing. You know, the prize money is amazing and all that, but it is a regional pride thing. You know, especially for these African teams, especially for the likes of Umbra, who, you know, were the forerunners in the tournament. And they were one of the 6 African teams. There is 10 teams from the Middle East here, so outnumbered as a region, be able to place high or even win the whole thing. Going to do leaps and bounds for regional confidence, but also for the team itself. So, a bit of pride on the line here as that Wasted has spotted out these NASR members, but he's had a rough idea of them, heard them driving around in the area.
Well, there's a lot of exploration coming through, at least for the time being. Of course, as I mentioned before, the players here from G3 pulling up in towards Cube. And, you know, just looking to play a bit of a more familiar kind of approach here, as we've seen them move into Cube in the past. But now, we do see Sanji coming in with that Mosin in hand. Oh, Buden needs to be super careful. One hit from the Mosin could be all that is needed to make things really, really difficult for G3. But we see a big mass convergence of teams now starting to head in towards this region. So YaLLa and G3, they're going to have their hands full pretty soon. So definitely they need to look to try and fortify and strengthen their positions, at least for the time being.
Yeah, absolutely. Very scary right now for G3. Sanji did reveal they were about. I'm not sure if G3 have a complete lock on where he is. Gonna head upstairs to see if they can do anything. But I mean, they recognize the crack of that gun. Go, oh, if we poke our head out the window, the wrong window, that could just be us. Done for. But we'll keep our eye on that in a moment. But for now, it's time for the circle. See where phase 2 is going to take us. Intruder haven't actually left the military base yet. There's actually Ooredoo Thunder, very fast rotation over the bridge, and they are already well within the circle, quite comfortably so set up, and nobody has gone down yet as well, crucially, which is going to be a big thing here for these teams. But the circle looks to close in. Expect to see things get a lot more hot and heavy as it continues to head north. And Intruder Africa really need to move now. They're a long way away from this circle.
Yeah, they are definitely far, far away from the safe zone. But now, I mean, I'm a little bit worried for G3 there, as we can see a lot of teams moving in. And as I've mentioned before, they are looking to get themselves situated. But now, also, we've got the players here from CONQUEROR just rolling up on the side of Everest. Of course, we do see one of the players from Nigma, Raouf, just on the edge. So, Kalaga, obviously, is going to be hopping out, tapping away over towards Raouf. Just sending out a few of those warning shots, but this is where Nigma needs to be quite cautious. But also G3 now getting a little bit of a rush coming in, as we do see Sanji now rushing up to their front door. Up comes Powerful and the rest of the team here from YaLLa looking to contest for this compound. But let's see whether or not Powerful, Hopen and Ragnar will be able to get any angles. Butte and get straighted up as well.
Ragnar with a beautiful high ground shots coming down as Powerful looking to take him down. Coming in through the door, but he's going to get himself knocked in the meanwhile as Ragnar joins into the action, joins into the fray. Flacco looking to take him down through the window as Sanji healing up for the moment. Optin, can he find a good nade? He's going in through the window!
Oh.
And there we go! G3 Temper are the first victims of the game.
Wow, that was insane. Absolutely beautiful nade coming through there. But of course now Myth looking to come swooping in with that third party as they too now start rushing on in. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to hold on. Moment getting down. Hoping now just on the edge. Beautiful spray on towards Broly. Ramsey up ahead. Up comes the rush to the play. Out in the open they go. A little bit of a back and forth. In and out. Off and there they are. It is now Farok cooking up an 8, trying to reach all the way across over on towards Hopen. And let's see, does it find the place? Beautiful spray. Come on. Yes. There we go. And with that, absolute devastation now onto the side of YaLLa.
That's a horrific loss there for YaLLa. They got 4 kills, sure, so it's 4 points. But again, bad point round for them. They needed this game to count, and that has cost them very heavily. Mist, on the other hand, able to come in with that third-party cleanup, pick everybody up. They're going to be A-OK. They've got some meds they can take away from the 2 teams who died here as well. Going to be a really, really big pickup for them as Umbra going for a rotation as well towards a closer part into the circle. But as I actually have a quick look at the minimap, I can see that Nigma and Intruder have spotted each other out, so expect to see some action over there. These 2 teams will be going toe-to-toe.
Minimap, you say, right?
Minimap. Or the biggie map for me, I guess.
I was just wondering because I was looking at the minimap. I'm like, wow, you've got great vision because I don't see that happening. But of course, now it is going to be the players here from YaLLa Esports just over towards the plane, looking to play in the trenches here, looking to see if they can maybe spot any potential victims rolling up towards them. But of course, if we look on towards the zone, there we can also now see the players from Intruder rolling on in. We have Twisted just a little bit further up towards the northern side. A lot of congestion over on towards that eastern front. So Falcons, they're going to have their hands full with the teams now starting to move on in.
Absolutely. A lot of teams collapsing onto them, and Falcons very good at buckling down when the circle sets on them. But it's Rico Infinity and Ooredoo Thunders who have the circle on top of themselves right now. Eyes kind of are on Falcons for me because it's been a pretty, I mean, just unimpressive day from Falcons. They haven't really achieved too much, and they are about to have a lot of teams land on top of their heads. So this could get really spicy for them very quickly as everybody wants to rush in and get set down, as we're looking at a potential Georgia Pool circle here. Could end in the city, potentially. I don't think we've had many city ends to this weekend at all, actually.
No, definitely not on this event so far. But of course, nothing wrong with that moving in towards that northern territory, and it is going to be the teams now having to find yet another way to get themselves situated. Slime going to be looking to roll in from the north. They have a little bit of that Umbra situation up ahead of them. But they need to be careful because not only do they have Umbra ahead of them, they also have the players there from Twisted Minds rolling in right behind them. Of course, a few engagements happening now over on towards that eastern front, with the players there from Virtual having a little bit of a bumpy road. But of course, Falcons and YaLLa Esports right there to help alleviate a little bit of that pressure and maybe send them back into the lobby.
All right, well, Umbra rotating around for the moment. Getting a little bit of spray there. As Intruder actually spotted Falcon out. Falcon are kind of buckled down on this high ground, though. They've got this complex to hide in themselves. Intruder slowly making their way up, creeping up forward. They've obviously got the cars to get closer as well, as gunshots coming out already. Falcon actually just peeling back for the moment, never alone, able to get himself one knock, a lot of additional damage, almost getting himself the kill, able to finish it up. Damar coming in huge here in this initial skirmish.
But let's see now. I mean, we got lost. Surely not the last player this time around for Falcons, but definitely cooking up those nades, looking to find a bit of an opening. But unfortunately, Intruder, they've already looked to reposition themselves, now starting to ascend down upon Yusuf, as we can see that knock up ahead, but Lost still relentless in the efforts, trying to see if they can find those openings. Rauf now also coming under a little bit of fire, but is able to avoid the majority of the chaos. Weiss also just looking to get themselves back into that phase, looking to see if they can maybe rotate around that southern edge. But we know NASR also situated down towards that southern front, so they need to be super cautious and not overexpose themselves. Falcons, meanwhile, are going to be licking their wounds, looking to see if they can get themselves back into fighting form before potentially rotating in. But as we can see, a lot of opposition remains up ahead of them, so it's going to be a really challenging rotational path to secure good position coming in, as that zone now takes a beautiful shift down in towards the Georgia Bull crates.
Ooh, might be getting a city end here, or at least the crates ending here. It'd be a very, very spicy one, but this is going to force some of these teams out as he's a little bit stuck with his car in front of him. Should be able to work his way out as taking a bit of a trade. The nade comes down. PRC will get finished up though. As that's the easiest nade ever, you'd think. But he's inside this pillbox, and if you just found the nade, there it is, easy kill. And Umbra are eliminated. Another disappointing round for Umbra today. And over the last couple of days, heavily paying the price. But Rico Infinity, this team have impressed me so much at their ability just to hold off and come in at the right time for the third party, seeing if they can find the tidy up. But they're not the only hunters here, as Virtual Gaming are in the area. A lot of teams will be closing in. This final two members of Intruder Africa just holding on. Sorry, no, final two members, yes, of Intruder Africa are holding on.
Yeah, and this map is absolutely riddled with hunters, right? As we can see now, 0-1 coming under a little bit of fire there, as we did have Yamas getting knocked. Up comes that rush now from Dami to just get the confirmation. But now it is going to be 0-1 looking to get themselves back into zone, rolling up right behind the players here from CONQUEROR, as we do have Riva and Kalaga just laying down the defensive front. And of course, Humam is now the last remaining hopeful. They're looking to find a bit of a footing, looking for an angle to get themselves through in towards that zone. Of course, now the players there from Slime also getting rushed by the team from Twisted, as we can see not only in the feed but also on the map. NASR also in a very open position with Falcons just up ahead of them, and we've got Weiss just on the opposite end of the waterway.
Yeah, a lot of Falcon members currently under some serious fire right now. Very hard for them to rush onto the beach, as everywhere we look, there is action breaking out. Twisted taking a fight here with Slime for KT, pushing up as Aimer trying to see if he can get in a good position to land a good nade. As meanwhile, this is going on. 0-1 will lose themselves. Remember, the nade goes down. Storm able to get a little bit of damage off onto Vigors. Vigors taking out a bit of damage now from the blue and has to reposition nice and quick. Otherwise, this could get really hairy here for both of these teams. Aimer out of the blue for the moment, but it's going to get collapsed onto as they're going to get into the car. And Aimer looking to try and tidy this up as Vigors. Volket's going to get himself taken down, and that might just be the end of Slime. Yes, it is. They are out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough playing it in the fourth phase out in that blue zone, but the players here from Twisted Minds just holding their own, finding the angles, and with that, sends the players from Slime packing. And now again, we wait for that blue zone to close on up, but it is looking quite challenging, at least on the front here for NASR, as they're trying to reach all the way across over on towards Myth, because he Broly, Momin, and the rest of the team just situated on the very edge there with Ramsey. A little bit further away, situated on the edge of zone now, trying to quickly rotate up and just bring in a little bit of that reinforcement. As we can see, the zone now taking a bit of a shift a little bit further down south, but moving over on towards that waterway. So this is where 90th minute actually find themselves in a beautiful setup, holding on to that position over in towards the Georgia Bull Crates.
There's a lot of teams, though, in the surrounding area. As Prestige taking a whole bunch of damage. Is going to go into a quick replay as Nigma is taking a lovely nade. And there we are. That was absolutely beautifully cooked.
That was cooked to perfection, right? That was like, you know, as the Imperium would say, that's a chef's kiss. Absolutely beautiful nade getting sent out right there. But of course, now it is going to be Broly just trying to make it quite difficult now for the players there from Intruder, but also they are getting hit by those third-party plays. So you might not see anyone, but they are surely keeping a very watchful eye on you. And now White's in a little bit of a tough position, not quite within that zone, but is also now facing a little bit of a challenge, not having a very secure rotation to get back on through. Meanwhile, it is now going to be Ramsey and the players here from Rico Infinity looking to defend this northern position.
There Rico Infinity going toe-to-toe here as in the meanwhile, one of Intruder Africa is going to get knocked, but this is a massive scrap for this building as CONQUEROR are trying to push forward. The nades getting cooked and thrown through every window possible as they're pushing in. Slowly but surely, Galaga trying to force their way in, but all the nades are landing on, and Prestige just needs to continue to try and throw these down. He's going to spot out one of these members as he throws out the nades, doesn't able to land the damage there for the moment, but Galaga is on him now as they're actually looking to rush. Prestige is coming in forwards, trying to get the door through the window now instead as he's trying to push onto Galaga, but Galaga's going to run. Prestige looks in the wrong direction, can't quite spot him out as Galaga just repositioning and moving around as much as possible, throwing himself, the spray, the nades, everything is coming down, and that is going to be the end of Galaga as CONQUEROR are losing everybody in the fight for the building. Rico Infinity, hold fast.
Yeah, I mean, Rico Infinity looking so dominating, just absolutely blazing through the players there from CONQUEROR. Now it is going to be Groza looking to rotate up alongside Reva there. Oh, quickly dipping in behind that ridge, opting straight down into the river. Meanwhile, it's going to be Myth and Virtual battling it out in the water itself. Alpha Luigi now getting traded, and now One Shot just going for a little bit of a swim, just trying to alleviate a little bit of that heat coming in off the back of these fights. And NASA holding strong on their position on the very edge of zone. But look at this, CONQUEROR sneaking in, coming in from that western side. Beautiful surprise approach.
Yeah, CONQUEROR obviously losing that other fight, decided, screw it, let's try and screw someone else instead then. Pool party in the river as 3 teams taking a dip, but Circle is going to be forcing everybody towards Rico Infinity, and this is exactly what they want. Over in the crates, 90th minute, looking to be having a bit of a scrap with the remains of Nigma. There's still a bunch of teams up and operating at full power here. Ooredoo Thunders are the one who actually I've still got my eyes on as Virtual Gaming just trying to finish up the remains of Myths as one last player sits in that car, just holding fast, but surrounded on all fronts by multiple teams as CONQUEROR now pushing forwards towards the crates here. And Smoker, Ooredoo Thunders, trying to gift Ooredoo their first win, their first chicken dinner of this tournament. It has been such a hard one for them, but they are only down to 2 players. Smoker will be able to pick up his final teammate and make sure that he's okay as Hamidi got himself in a pretty nice high spot there. But just into the water, our fishies are slowly falling one by one. As Batica just farming up eliminations now. Got the nades to work with as well. And we are fishing with dynamite, quite literally. Prestige is going to come out, and that was beautiful.
Yeah, beautifully devastating. Of course, now Rico Infinity being one of the next few teams to make their way back into the lobby. Only 7 now remain. 90th minute. coming under quite a bit of pressure, as we can see in that Georgiable Crates position. But of course, the players there from Ooredoo Thunder right there up alongside them. And of course, NASR Hamodi up over on towards the crane, just keeping a very beautiful overwatch, a bit of a bird's eye view, trying to scan the vicinity, looking to see if any potential openings could find their way on in. Of course, now Falcons still to make their way back in towards the zone last. Again, a very fitting name, being the last one left for Falcons, now just inching their way up alongside NASR here, but it is going to be quite the formidable push to try and make it through the front of NASR.
Throwing it out is going to reveal himself. There's a little bit of chip damage to NASR. NASR now under fire on the other side from Mifs, but Mifs is not going to be able to do too much as they are taken down. As the nades are coming down left, right, and center on top of NASR as Falcons are eliminated. And NASR do remain as this four-man unit. Ooredoo Thunders still holding on. Smoker going to get taken down by the nade in the meanwhile, as NASR the only team running at full capacity right now. Ooredoo holding fast as much as they can as NASR continuing to take a whole bunch of damage from CONQUEROR on the side. Rosa throwing these nades down, throwing these mollies down into the smokes as Hamadi now revealing himself from this high ground onto NASR as NASR are just being they're just being butchered out in the open here. It is unbelievably hard for them.
Oh, I mean, it's not only CONQUEROR that's raining down chaos, it is also Hamodi there from Nigma Galaxy, but a very compromising position coming in here for NASR. As we can see, they came in with 4 players rotating up into this position. Now, they are down to Hassan, the last remaining hopeful, and with that, it is a clean sweep as Hamodi steps on in and puts the finishing nails into the coffin, of course. 90th minute, still holding strong over on towards the western side. The zone taking a beautiful shift far over to that eastern side. So the teams all now having to reposition and put themselves out in the exposed region to get situated into this next phase.
I'm going to be real. This is actually Hamadi's game to win. He is set up so beautifully on this high ground. It's going to take Spray down. I just jinxed him. I cast a curse at him. Nigma are out. And it is down to 90th minute who are running with the most players right now. CONQUEROR rocking a down player, but Ooredoo Thunders don't count them out. Remember, they have been yet to find a single win here in this tournament. There is a world here where potentially they could do it out in the open for all of these teams. This is going to get so unbelievably messy. 90th minute, they're going to be forced out into this open while the other teams are set up. So while there's a man advantage for 90th minute, I do worry that they're not particularly in the greatest position to rotate out of here, as CONQUEROR just starting to lay some smokes, lay some nades down into 90th minute, trying to see if they can get that extra little bit of damage. As Gaga making his way forward around this corner. The nade's going to come down. That could be big. There's going to be the knock as Reva moving forwards. 90th minute down to their last up member, as CONQUEROR also losing a member as well. Ooredoo Thunders, they are set up for success as 90th minute are going to be knocked out. There's going to be a knock coming in though. It's a 1 versus 1 and Ooredoo Thunders find their first win of the tournament.
Just rolling with the blows. Absolutely beautiful play coming in there for them, and absolutely exciting performances.
Wait, CONQUEROR
of course, the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq taking that second position. So, yeah, you know, we know that it was the Ooredoo Thunders to take the dub there. But, you know, we'll see a little bit later on exactly what that win situation was looking like. But I got to say, absolutely satisfactory performances coming through there from the Ooredoo Thunders, just capitalizing on the sheer chaos erupting right there in the Georgiable Crates.
Yeah, just a little bit of confirmation. It was Ooredoo Thunders who took the win there. A couple of things got muddled up. Wait, no. Yes, everything's wrong. Ooredoo Thunders, you can see from their 15 placement points, they were in first place. Just a couple of graphics off a little bit. But CONQUEROR, they still walk away with the most points from that. 8 eliminations, a bloodbath from CONQUEROR coming out of this game. And Virtual Gaming as well. Not a great placement, but 7 eliminations for themselves as well. Got themselves that 8 points in their back pocket. Nigma, it was, again, losing a lot of members early, kind of getting bullied out of that game. Pretty heavy loss for them. NASR as well, a lot of elimination points for themselves. And this is a very interesting table because you can see that placement points weren't the key thing here. It was a very, very bloody game. Teams absolutely out to try and scrape as many points together as possible, because remember, next game is our final game of day 3, and then we're on to the final day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that's just around the corner. But of course, also now going around the corner onto the second page of the match rankings. This we can see still a few heavy hitting plays coming through there from Rico Infinity, finishing on 5 elims. YaLLa picking up those 4, but they were struggling to get the necessary placement points to kind of accompany the eliminations that they were able to bring on through. Of course, Umbra walking away completely empty-handed at the back of this match, and also G3 Temper, 01 Esports, and Slime not in the most, I don't know, I'm not too happy with that position.
No, I think Intruder Africa and 01 very unhappy because they've had a good couple of games. I mean, obviously a win back-to-back for both of these teams coming into this game, and then kind of getting slammed is probably the best way to word it. They unfortunately crumbled, and that has costed them heavily as we'll be moving into the final game. My biggest thing is after this final game, I'm so excited to see the actual overall tables and see the standings going into the final game, because the final day, because this next game is going to mean so much to so many teams, because it is still incredibly tight, DK, very, very tight today. Some teams who I was expecting a lot more from haven't really delivered. Some teams who, I had kind of lost a little bit of hope in. Ooredoo Thunders coming back heavily there. That was a very, very important shift, I think, in the zone, which definitely forced a lot of people over and kind of into the jaws of Ooredoo Thunders. Amazing game number 5, or map number 5 for us, DK. What are we expecting going into this final map?
I'm not quite sure just yet, but of course, while we build up our anticipation, let's have a quick look at our MVPs from this last match to see who our top performing players were. And of course, it's going to be none other than Smoker, Riva, and Alpha Luigi coming through for their respective teams. So we've got the Ooredoo Thunders, we got CONQUEROR, and of course the players there from Virtual. So it's surprising to see Alpha Luigi finishing so heavy with those eliminations, coming in with quite a bit of damage being brought in there. But now we just need to see more of that, because we know the team in its entirety picked up 7 eliminations, 3 of which, of course, was brought in by Alpha Luigi. So, I mean, a good performance, but now they need to build on that and push it even further.
Yes, I think my eyes will be on them for the next game, because, like I was saying, they really need to find this win to stay relevant in the standings. Obviously, the table is slowly climbing away from some of these teams, but I think definitely the first half of our standings is the big thing. There's obviously a bunch of teams there that could genuinely take any placement. I think it's still anybody's game to play. It's going to be so fun. Do you know what else is fun? Crates and goodies. That's what's fun, DK. Obviously, if you keep yourself up to date on everything, once we hit enough concurrent viewers, you can claim yourself a crate and some goodies. Make sure that you is it in game, DK?
Yeah, but also this one is if any of the teams from the region, from your region wins, the whole region gets a set of these rewards. So there's, as we know, right, the 10 Arabic teams and the 6 teams from the Africa region. So now players need to ensure that they log in at least 3 times to get this reward in game. So in order to qualify for this reward, you need to make sure that you log in to get those rewards coming through. But of course, that is only if your region wins. So if you're from Africa and Africa wins, that's what you'll get. If the players from Arabia win, then in the Arabia region, you're going to be walking away with a few of those goodies.
Well, lots of goodies up for grabs, but we still have one more game to go. We're going to throw to a very quick break, and when we're back, we're dropping in on our 6th and final map of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a moment. Things are getting heated as we are going into our final map of the day, and where better to drop when it's heated than Miramar heading to the desert for our 6th game of the day. DK, we've had some upsets. We've had some Ooredoo Thunders obviously finally getting their first win on the board. There's a lot of stuff up for grabs here, DK. Very, very important game. As before we go into that, let's bring up the overall standings just to get a good idea of where we are going into this final map. So Nigma are still pretty comfortably ahead of the rest of the pack with those 4 chicken dinners in their bellies. And then behind them, 0-1 Falcons and Umbra very close within reach of each other. I think anyone in this top 8 right now has potential to make it into that top spot, depending on how Nigma Galaxy play today, well, this last game and tomorrow. But man, it is going to be a very hard task for the likes of YaLLa, for the likes of CONQUEROR to potentially make it up to that top spot if the rest of the teams start to perform. But Umbra, honestly, slipping pretty heavily as we're going into our final match.
Yeah, not quite sure what's happening on that front, but ideally we'd like to see them step up. As we can see, first page still looking very, very contentious, right? Second page, we do see a little bit of that gap coming through, at least for the side there of NASR. But INTRUDER Africa still keeping it pretty tight, right? They're applying a lot of pressure, already having those 2 winner chicken dinners locked in. So I'm expecting a little bit of a push to come through potentially in this last match, but especially coming through in tomorrow's performances to make it up onto that first page. But, you know, there's going to be a lot of work still to be done for Slime, 90th minute, Team Myth, G3 Temper, and Virtual Gaming if they are looking to try and make their way closer to that first page. So emphasis on closer to the first page, because so far they've been having a pretty tough run. And I mean, if you look at NASR, they're almost half the points ahead of the team sitting right behind them over in 13th position. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
It's mathematically possible for some of these bottom teams to make it and even potentially win, but like realistically for them now, it's very improbable. So they're probably just playing for as high placement points as possible and try and just cash in as big on that prize pool as they can, because they have not had particularly maybe the weekend they wanted, and they haven't had the performances they wanted, so they are struggling a little bit. But Miramar could be a turning point for some of these teams. You know, we saw the likes of Umbra, you know, turn it round on the last half of the first day. Since then, it's been a little underwhelming, but for the most part, it was kind of, you know, about that tail end. So potentially there are some teams who kind of find that burst of energy, that burst of confidence in the tail end of the tournament. But it is going to be a very tall ask for some of these teams, and these teams at the top, it definitely isn't sitting comfortable. There's still 7 more games to go before we declare a first place team, and like I said, I think any of those 8 teams could still potentially take that first spot. And, you know, I think the reason it being, my thought process being that is, let's be real, some of these teams at the top have had some pretty bad games and then some really good games. And because of those bad games, that's where I could pull into question, okay, Umbra might not just win this whole thing. You know, Nigma might not just win this whole thing, because we've seen some 0-pointers from them or some 2-pointers from them, while Falcons, you know, again, amazing start, poor start, but an amazing day 2. Day 3 been a little underwhelming, but if they somehow pull out what they had on day number 2 and go closer towards to go into day 4 like that and close out today on another win, we could see the likes of Falcons have a bit of a resurgence here.
Yeah, there definitely could be a little bit of that resurgence come through. I mean, if we look back on the first day, that was Umbra's day, as you said before. Over on towards yesterday, it was a little bit more of that Falcons and a little bit of that Nigma Galaxy coming in as well, right? So today, so far, it has been quite a surprising performance coming through from the players there of the 0-1 Esports. But now, will we see a continuation of that? Could we have, as you said, a little bit of a reinsurgence coming through? You know, the team's looking to bring in a little bit of that dominating play once again, just to try and solidify a little bit of a stronger position coming in. At least in this match, it's going to be their last opportunity. But one thing I got to say, though, is it's quite surprising to see G3 and Slime not really performing as we know they can perform on a map like Miramar, right? So looking at the performance of G3, for instance, back over in towards the PMPL Africa, right? They were quite strong when it came to the map of Miramar. The same can be said there for Slime, but we have not seen that same level of gameplay coming through here in the championship.
Buckle up. We're getting ready to go into game number 6 on Miramar. See where this playing path is taking us. Seems to be relatively okay. Not the best, not the worst. Not as central as the one we had yesterday. Not yesterday, earlier today, the game before that. That was very much, Mum, can we have a straight playing path? No, we have a straight playing path at home.
Oh, well said. I mean, that was beautiful, right? It's not too often that people catch me off guard with stuff, but big ups. That's one for the books. I'll definitely clip that for myself. But yes, quite an interesting flight path coming on through. Curious to see where the zone's going to be going, right? We've had a few lopsided zones really favoring that northeastern side of the map, which is a little bit odd, right? We don't see that happening all too often. But this time around, we have another opportunity for a little bit of a surprise with regards to flight paths.
Yeah, we've had spicy circles, spicy plane paths. I prefer it over like the more standardized one. I like a crazy circle here to force the teams into aggressive like rotations. Typically, when you have like a very, very off-center circle, the teams are a little bit more passive because they're just trying to rotate in. It looks like it's a fairly okay circle for some of these teams. I think we haven't really had too many teams being able to make it to like the likes of Validemar, just because the circles have always been more northern and away from this area. So for some of these teams who do favor this kind of more southern part of the map, they'll probably be a little bit more happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that zone is looking quite interesting, right? Also taking a little bit of a shift further in towards that western side. And as we can see, it looks to be around about, I don't know, maybe a fifth or a quarter of the zone being situated out in the unplayable area. So it is going to be a little bit of a challenge, at least for the teams in those later phases, should the zone continue with this trend heading further and further over on towards the western front. But for the time being, they are in a position where they can get themselves looted up. A little bit of a potential contention spot coming through over in towards Impala, as we've got YaLLa Esports and the players there from Myth. But as we know, this is Miramar, so teams appear closer than what they really are.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very large map. Lots of open ground, but also lots of mountainous terrain. And we haven't had, I don't think we've had a single city finish across this week. It's always been in the plains, always been in the mountains, always been in the trees. Our ends. I prefer it like that because a city finish can just be people tanking in the blue, too scared to move in these kind of like final circles. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with these these circles we've been having. I also like mad circles because I think it really forces teams to kind of think about how they're going to actually play this game, and they can't just look to sit and buckle down in a more centralized position. Because teams like Falcons, yesterday we were having more regular circles, so to speak, and they were a lot happier to be able to kind of get in their central positions and just hold from there. That definitely suits the Falcons' play style. When today, I think the circles have been a little, they've not been as wacky as day one, but they've definitely forced them, not to be able to buckle down and set up. As a quick replay of, might be Ooredoo Thunders having a crash with Miracle here. I didn't actually see what happened here. It didn't look like anybody went down. No, nobody went down. There was just a collision. I'll call up their insurers later and deal with that.
Just pulling up to say hi, right?
Yeah.
That's what it is,
Good luck.
Miracle just moving in, just saying hi, I'm here. Remember, we'll take a bit of a fight later on, and then off they go back onto their looting phase, looking to get themselves set up. But it is rather quiet on the map for now. Of course, the players here from Nigma up in their usual position, up in towards Pozo. We see Twisted Minds, and in fact, the majority of the lobby in very standard positions. But one thing definitely we see coming through, at least from G3, is a very spread out approach, right? Normally they drop in towards San Martin, but they are also contested there with the players coming through from Rico Infinity, so they've instead adjusted it a little bit more towards Hacienda. But this match, we see them very spread out, right? We've got a player close to Picado, we've got Power Grid, we've got Flaco almost all the way over towards Monte Nuevo, and then of course Buden right there just south of Hacienda. So, I mean, a good spread to come in, but they got to be very cautious and look to try and condense that position into one point a little bit further down the line.
I think adaptation's going to be the big thing I want to watch, because obviously we had teams playing certain styles at the beginning. I want to see what teams kind of look to adapt, and obviously the onus is on the bottom teams to adapt. You know, the likes of your Virtual Gaming, your likes of your Slime. You know, they're the ones who have been struggling. But again, also Umbra, another team who, while they've got good placement and okay on the points, it's really been coin toss with them. They've either been very, very impressive or unfortunately a little bit underwhelming. So I'd like to see, you know, what they're going to do to try and fix that, what adaptation they've got in the tank. There's not too many more appearances on this map left. This is the third. Sorry, there is 3 more. There are 3 more appearances on Miramar, including this one.
Yeah, I mean, limited time, right? This is only a 4-day championship, and we're on the very last match of the 3rd day. So after this, only 6 more. Well, my math failing me there for a quick second. Only 6 more matches to go. We could probably say 7 because we're still in, in the early stages. Only 6 minutes into this last match of the day. But again, now we look to see what the rotations are going to be bringing on through. And definitely, I'd like to see a little bit more of a stronger performance coming through from the side there of Umbra. We know, for instance, like Morteza, Shadowwind, PRZ, they've got a lot of experience. They want to see that now being shown out on the battlefield, and also a potential hopeful play maybe coming through for the players here from Virtual Gaming. But they definitely have quite a bit of work still for them to try and pull off a successful run this time around. But who knows, right? This could take a swing in any which direction. Which that direction will be, we don't know. We'll have to wait and find out.
Definitely going to have to be the case here. Rico Infinity have been an interesting team because they've just been very good at taking third-party fights, joining in on the action, being able to mop up and get themselves some elimination points as Intruder. Spotting out Falcon here, never alone. Not going to get open fired onto. Intruder decide to play it a little bit more relaxed. They've obviously got this barn where they can just chill out for the moment. They've got the carts to be able to move around as well. The buggies, sorry, to move around. So they're just going to avoid taking a scrap. As Umbra actually going in for a bit of a fight here versus Virtual Gamer. PRZ already taking a whole lot of damage. His shot should just be able to finish him up. There's going to be the knot, and they're going to be able to finish him up shortly as well. PRZ be the first victim of Miramar. And that is not what Umbra needed. To lose a member first, and now going to be playing at a constant deficit for the whole game.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one, but adjustments need to be made, and now we get to see what adjustments are going to be coming through on that front. Again, we see, looking at the map, a lot of a convergence coming through onto this position. So Virtual Gaming, Umbra, they quickly need to try and wrap up this fight, because they are going to have several other teams moving into the vicinity. We've got Twisted as well as the players there from the side of YaLLa now. YaLLa coming in from the north, Twisted coming in from the west. G3 also holding just a little bit further off on towards the northern position. So yeah, definitely they need to keep it all together. Of course, now it is YaLLa rushing straight down on towards Umbra. As you can see, Morteza quickly just ducking down behind that ridge line, but does get traded on down. It is Wasted now holding on to the building. Sanji up on the front line, and a little bit of an off-angle position coming through there from Shadowwind.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. Is actually YaLLa continuing to collapse in. A good nade for a window. Could spell the end of Shadow Den taking some damage. Umbra are currently 2v1ing 2 different teams right now. It's powerful. It's getting a couple of shots in. YaLLa going in for the rush. And Umbra are going to be losing even more members now, down to just the 1. Really, really critical failure for them.
Yeah. I mean, it's devastating, right? Shadowwind now the last remaining hopeful. Up comes Zeus in one shot, looking to just close it up and end it right here for Umbra. But of course, one shot quickly trying to just clear the top floor, ensuring that there aren't any potential angles where they could be gotten surprised from. But now you see Shadowwind cooking up that molly. Looking to see. Oh no, that's not a molly. That is instead a nade. But of course, now look at this. The rush coming in. Shadowwind already taking a big amount of damage there. And up comes the rush. It is the end of the road as one shot sends it through with the Umpi. And then it is going to be Umbra making their way back into the lobby. Also, we do see the players from Rico, Infinity, and G3 coming into a bit of an engagement. But now, look at this Virtual trying to see if they can come in with a bit of a third-party angle down on towards YaLLa.
Yeah, YaLLa actually looks like they might not be all that interested. Just want to head out, cool it. They're happy with the kills they were able to achieve on to the members of Umbra. Want to reset and just get out of here. They'll deal with Virtual at a later date, and Virtual not quite done, but it looks like they won't be able to get anything more from that. And Umbra, a 0-pointer to end the day on. I know what I was saying. They needed to get a good match in, and that is not the good match they need. If the rest of the top of the pack get a good game in here, that's going to put them even further behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? It is really, really tough looking at how contentious this lobby is. But it makes it so exciting because, you know, we've been having such a tough time predicting who will be the teams to succeed on each of these respective matches. And so far, you know, the team's continuously keeping us on our toes. YaLLa having a little bit of vehicle trouble there. Not quite sure if Powerful is able to grab the vehicle. Maybe they're looking for a little bit of ammo. There we go. Dropping a little bit of that 5.56. Now, as we look up north, it is going to be Falcons just rotating through Pozo. We've got the players there from 90th minute over on towards the west. A little bit further up ahead is Intruder as well as Slime 4KT. So curious to see where exactly the Falcons are going to be looking to pull on up into, as there's quite a bit of opposition just lying up in wait for them.
All Slime going with toe-to-toe in 90th minute. Is Aimer going to get knocked and finished up as well? As down he goes. Aimer taken out by 90th minute as Gaga also meant to be looking for Pronto, but Pronto not actually going to take too much here. Does actually lose half his health. A lot of long-range fighting. Pronto just going to back away. It's going to call it. Let's see where the circle takes us. Been a pretty exciting start, to be completely fair, but we'll see where the circle goes and how that is going to affect the team's rotations. If it continues to head more south or if it starts to centralize up somewhat. No. And a little bit more northeast, but center of the map. A lot of teams actually buckled down. You can already see just from the map, it's very mountainous in this area as well. So,
yeah.
The likes of G3, Twisted, and Virtual Gamer could potentially just get themselves set up in a very comfortable position here and just look to hold.
They could look to hold, right? But also now, speaking about holding, it is going to be Nigma looking to hold on to this western edge. As we can see, Pronto is down up ahead. Plaza quickly just trying to patch up a few of those wounds. But look at this, though. Smoker just absolutely blazing through Myth there. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming in. I'm loving these slow motion shots, right? It looks so cinematic, right? But now we turn back over on towards Plaza, trying to just hold off the advances coming through here from Enigma. As we can see Raouf just on the edge, just quickly peeking over the ridge line, cooking up the nade, getting ready to send it across. Storm just holding off in the distance, not going to be rushing up too aggressively. Plaza in a world of trouble as Raouf's nade explodes right there upon them, and with that, a quick trade coming in. Now, let's see whether or not Slime will be able to get themselves resituated, as there's quite a big of hammering coming on through here from Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma just cleaning up here. His 90th will slowly but surely lose Smoker. That was Jabal, actually. Smoker did go down in the meanwhile, though. 0-1 able to get themselves a fight on that front, and the fight for these mountain ridges coming in absolutely huge. His 90th minute, just watching Nigma hold up. Nigma 3 kills on the board for themselves, and last game not particularly great from them, so it's nice to see them have a bit of a resurgence, a bit of a recovery from the start.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of good positions left to be occupied, right? A lot of the teams we can see already making their way through the map, and I'm not quite sure here, right, Jake? This is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, particularly looking at the options the teams have to work with. Very, very mountainous region. A lot of nooks and crannies and, you know, crevices for the teams to try and make their way on through. So it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, keeping your wits about you, ensuring that you don't get third-partied or surprised on any of these angles. But now, it is going to be Rex and QHG, the final two hopefuls for the Ooredoo Thunder team, looking to get themselves into somewhat of a position. QHG now looking to catch up to Rex. Rex relatively close to center zone, so we can see with a little bit of that drop loot coming down towards the players there from Twisted Minds, but still a bit of contention over on towards that western front. 90th minute now, about to get rushed as we see the players there from Nigma Galaxy moving in, and of course the zone centering up beautifully over towards G3, Intruder, and YaLLa.
Yeah, very nice position actually for those teams who got themselves pretty comfortably buckled down. CONQUEROR are going to get forced out of the position they're currently locked into and could get into the scopes of YaLLa potentially. Everybody else is just looking to try and buckle themselves down. It does look like it could either be a battle for the road or a very mountainous finish here on our 6th and final game. There's a bunch of teams are starting to get themselves set up. Obviously, YaLLa the key one, but G3 as well, also in a pretty comfortable position. But we're seeing Twisted getting himself up into this hill area as Nigma closing in slowly onto them. Ooredoo Thunders need to be a little bit careful here. This could be very, very scary as Nigma are rushing them right now as Harmony spotting out Rex, and that's just easy pickings, able to get himself the takedown. Is already trying to tidy up in third party here, but Nigma under fire. There's so many people fighting in such a close proximity, but it's you're getting shot at from every single angle.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough to keep the defenses up on all the fronts. And now, especially looking at this rush coming through here from 90th minute now, coming right on towards QHD. It's going to be a little bit of a daring play, seeing that we've got Nigma Galaxy just holding on the edge there as well. But QHD now looking to defend the position here. Up comes Raouf, also looking to get a piece of the buy, and it is now going to be a three-way fight for control of this compound. Not quite sure why, though. It's on the edge of zone and on the outside edge of zone. But QHG now having their hands absolutely back to the rim, as we can see this rush coming through from Nigma and 90th.
This is so horrible for Ooredoo Thunders. Final man surrounded by sharks, trying to find a cheeky nade out the window, trying to find that tidy up, a potential extra bit of kills, and maybe Nigma gonna find themselves a new bait as they are taking down these 90th minute members. Myths are gonna get knocked out in the meanwhile, but Raouf able to make his way into the building, look for the follow-up, the tidy up, and he's actually gonna get himself shot through the window by Gaga. There's just so many people in so many different locations. It's got to be the scariest moment ever, as Ooredoo Thunders will finally get themselves knocked out, taken out. And Lord rushing in, trying to make sure that his teammates aren't going to get picked off, taken down. And Lord finding a couple of good shots here, rushing into the building, rushing for the tidy up, looking to try and take down a member, but he didn't quite spot out. He takes a whole bunch of shots in response, but he's able to hold on to his life for the moment. These nades could be so scary in this tight building. As Lord gets himself back in, looking to rush through. Trying to pick up Raouf, make sure he doesn't get himself taken down. Is he going to get the time? They're going to rush in. They're going to look for the spray down. And here we go. 2 members down. 90th minute, taken 2.
Oh, it is so beautiful to see. But now the pressure is on to Hamodi and Freak to try and clean this one out, of course. That big bad blue storm coming in once again and just adding to the pressure already that the teams find themselves under. We can see the players there from 0-1 also fighting down on that southern edge. But look at the spray now. Hamodi finding a beautiful angle there on towards Rico Infinity. But again, a lot of teams in contention here. We've got Twisted, we've got some players from 90th minute, we've got Nigma and Rico Infinity all fighting it out over on towards this western side. But they now also need to keep into consideration that they are yet to find themselves into zone. It is 5th phase zone, and it's going to be doing a whole lot of damage to these players.
Yeah, this is a very interesting building for all these teams to fight over, considering it's not even in the zone, but everybody is looking to fight for it. As Harmony should just be able to make his way out. 90th minute, slowly but surely, though. Litty getting a little bit of damage done to him, but everybody else is now rushing their way up the top of this hill with 0-1 and Twisted Minds are going toe-to-toe for this top high ground area. But again, they're fighting over an area that is not in the zone, so these have to be short and sweet, or just have to, everybody has to recognize that there's no point fighting for it and peel out, and that looks like that might just be the game plan, at least for 0-1.
Yeah, well, they have to keep that game plan on the books, as we can see now. Twisted looking to move themselves back into that phase. Quite a bit of fighting now still happening there with the Falcons up north. But look at the rush now coming in here by Rolkers. Coming in with that M249, just laying waste to the players from 0-1. Falcons, meanwhile, will have to pack their bags and make their way back into the lobby, waiting for tomorrow's games. But G3 also now coming into a bit of an engagement there with Rico Infinity, as we can see up on over that western edge. Down south, looking pretty tough. NASR now in the mix here with 0-1. A little bit of back and forth as Gaith now comes rushing on forward. Beautiful nade to close it out there from Miracle, blowing up their own teammate. Slime, meanwhile, making their way back into the lobby. YaMMa's getting picked up out in the open. Rolkers now having a few hits come in there from the side of Hassan. NASR just playing such a beautiful position here.
Yeah, really nice shot there from Hassan. As GV Temper are going to get themselves knocked out, but looks like that is going to be the end of 0-1 as Vigors now surrounded by the members of NASR, as nades doing oh so much damage. Just bouncing them off the walls and looking for Vigors, but Vigors has repositioned, relocated himself, and YaLLa maybe looking for a bit of a third party here as Ragnar seeing if he can get some shots from that low ground down. Vigors has healed up and repositioned. He's got Dammy behind him as well, but NASR not done yet. They're looking to push in forwards. Vigors looking to jump in forwards. Has been spotted out. They know he's on top of the roof. As that is going to be the spray coming in. Ragnarok going low. He's going to get himself taken down for the moment as Twisted Minds continue to be on this high ground, trying to get on top of the building to shoot down onto these members. As NASR don't have lost track of Vigors. He's got himself in a very comfortable position as Dammy going to look to join him up here. One good place nade could be the end of the line here, though, for them, as Dammy's going to make his way forward, look to try and get some shots through the window. He's revealed his location. He's going to drop back down into the lower end of the building. They can hear him, though, on the low ground, as Hassan's trying to find a good angle, trying to find the shot onto this member, as Vigors is just hanging on onto the side for Dammy. 2v1ing here outside of the building, taking spray, and he will be going down, taken out by NASR, as they're able to cook up and take down Twisted Minds. They are out of this game.
Beautiful trade coming in there from Hassan, but now comes that worrying rotation, looking to get themselves back into zone. YaLLa looking absolutely phenomenal here, having such a controlling position in the only compound in this phase. NASR meeting their end as they now too get sent back into the lobby. 4 teams remain to fight it out. It is going to be Intruder. It is going to be the players there from Nigma Galaxy. Well, scratch that. It was, as Nigma also make their way back through. It is going to be CONQUEROR, Intruder, and YaLLa left to fight it out. And 4 players on either team looking now to see if they can lock in that winner-winner chicken dinner.
CONQUEROR seeing if a good nade's going to land onto Africa, but not going to land onto the Intruders. They are okay, although a little bit of chip damage. Intruder, YaLLa, and CONQUEROR all running a full 4-man squad here. This final circle might come down to this compound potentially. And YaLLa are the team set up in the area. So potentially set up for success. This could get very, very hairy very quickly. Couple of shots going off on to Intruder from YaLLa from the compound. There is a calm before the storm here, DK.
And what a storm it could be, right? We got Intruder coming in from that western side. We got CONQUEROR holding on the opposite end of the road. And of course, YaLLa situated up in the building. It can swing either which way. Any of these teams are in a position where they could potentially walk away with that winner-winner chicken dinner. All they need to do is deal with the other 8 opposing players. So CONQUEROR in a little bit of a spread out position, as we can see that blue zone now about to just come in right behind them. We'll be taking another bit of a shift, and where will it go? It's most likely going to be shifting in between all these teams. A beautiful trade comes in. It takes a swing to the south in favor of YaLLa, and now Intruder find themselves in a very difficult position, but the same can of course be said there for CONQUEROR. CONQUEROR still need to cross that road and get themselves situated back into this next phase.
Yeah, smoke's coming out from Sanji just to get a little bit of cover for his team, but they have got these buildings to work with, and YaLLa definitely in the best position right now for the way this circle has gone, causing a lot of problems as nades galore are raining down onto Intruder, but they also have people shooting up from all directions. There's going to be a land on the nade, and it's continuing to throw them out. Smokes are going up as Intruder need to find their vehicles to relocate and reset up some kind of defensive line. It is a smoky battlefield as Conqueror rushing into the pocket of YaLLa. YaLLa gonna have to reposition into the buildings. Hopton gets a little bit of damage off onto these Conqueror members. He's got the nades to work with, but Rio jumping in forward, looking for Hopton, coming in for the spray. Not able to find it. The nades coming in over the wall. Gonna lose a little bit of health onto Rio. He's able to dodge away, able to find himself a knock down onto Hopton, and he is on the other side of the wall in for a whole world of hell as Powerful throwing the nades out. That's going to be 2 members already knocked by Conqueror, working with 2 members. Gallagher trying to reposition away from Sanji. Another nade coming out from Rio. Can't see exactly where Hoppin is, and he goes forward for the cleanup. He could end up losing his life, but Intruder Africa quite happy to hold out and let these teams just kill each other off and come in for the tidy up. It's Intruder. They look like they were in the roughest position, but they're holding out. They're going to take Powerful down. That's a member of YaLLa out. Conqueror also losing their next member as well. It's a 2 versus 2 versus 4.
Wow. I mean, this is absolutely insane, right? This rotation coming through from Conqueror as they get sent back into the lobby was absolutely essential for Intruder to be successful, at least with their position. But look at the sneak approach coming in from Ragnar, just hammering away with that, picking up a beautiful trade. Now, we move into a 3v2 engagement. Intruder looking absolutely phenomenal here, looking to apply a bit of that dominance into this region. YaLLa down to Ragnar and Sanji, as we can see, holding up into the compound. But, I mean, this is looking absolutely phenomenal now for Intruder. They've got such an interesting position to play, and all they got to do is find these angles down on towards YaLLa. As we can see, Ragnar opting to get up onto the high ground. That zone taking a little bit of a swing over on towards that southwestern side. We do have a few shots now raining down, but look at this. Intruder moving into the compound, looking to see if they can sniff out where YaLLa is situated. But Ragnar looking to play the high ground. Weiss just managing to duck back into hard cover in the nick of time. So low on that health bar. But out comes Hemo, cooking up an aid, looking to see if they can reach all the way across over to Sanji. But now, as we can see, Sanji, quick reposition, takes a little bit of damage. Nothing enough to call home for just yet. But now, Ragnar holding onto the high ground, looking to see whether or not YaLLa will be able to pick up yet another winner-winner chicken dinner, potentially maybe making it their second.
Yeah, Ragnar is pushing here. He's looking to get over that ridge, get some shots in, but the man disadvantage heavily against YaLLa. Intruder holding fast, holding strong. Sanji repositions as well. He's in the building. Nemo as well, also on that high ground of the building. Both of these teams holding fast, with the circle closing in as well. Could cause a problem. Could force a shift out. Sanji goes through the wall. He's going to get himself knocked and taken down. That is the final member. It's only 1 for YaLLa remaining. Looking for the shots. There's going to be the knock from Ragnar. He's found 1, but he's taken down. And Intruder Africa get their second chicken dinner of the night.
Absolutely beautiful play coming in there from Intruder. 3 players moving in to close it out. And I mean, YaLLa just having such a tough time. Blue Zone not being too kind on them. And unfortunately, I think it took a bit of a turning point the moment that we saw Sanji vault at that window, putting themselves in a very exposed position right in the line of fire there. And unfortunately, it was downhill from there. But Intruder Africa stepping up, claiming that winner-winner chicken dinner and doing an absolutely phenomenal job.
Yeah, absolutely amazing from Intruder Africa. They've had, a pretty good day. 2 chicken dinners back to, well, not back to back, but 2 chicken dinners today for themselves, giving themselves a strong contender as we head into the final day of this tournament. Absolutely wonderful stuff for Intruder. And obviously, you remember, again, the big thing is what I hit on earlier on in the day is, for Africa, there's only 6 representatives. So to have, Umbra, who've, other than not particularly the greatest day, but, they've still got good standings. And, for Intruder, who've had a good day, another team starting to catch up. Let's have a look at the overall rankings to see what points were earned for our teams there. Intruder Africa with 25 points. YaLLa getting themselves 20 as well. an amazing day for those teams, or an amazing end for those teams. Nigma, honestly, I am slightly impressed by how they're able to consistently earn decent points, even when they're losing members very early in the matches.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting approach and a really strong strategy coming through from the side there of Nigma Galaxy, right? I mean, if we look at the overall rankings, we can see, right, there's definitely something working over in the Nigma Galaxy camp. So, I mean, consistency is just paying off so beautifully for them. But as we look a little bit further down, Twisted Minds, Rico Infinity, 01 Esports still coming in with some heavy hitting blows, right? Picking up 5 and above with regards to those eliminations. So definitely some decent points being put on the board.
Yeah, it feels like the last couple of games have been a bit of a bloodbath. Like, teams are really out for it. I know, obviously, there's always so many kills that you can earn and so many points you can get for eliminations per game. But it does feel like these teams who are taking high placement points are also getting high eliminations with it. And they're playing a lot more fast and loose, trying to accrue as many points as possible. Because I think for teams like Intruder, for teams like YaLLa, the top of the pack are running away. And this is the only way to keep yourself relevant. And it helps you massively when the likes of Team Falcons and Team Umbra are having absolutely horrific games back-to-back. 0 points for Umbra, 1 point for Falcons. Just not the performance they need going into the final day. And this is really going to affect them because there's only 6 matches left. And if they continue to play at this point, they are going to slip massively down the ladder.
Yeah, so teams really gonna have to, try and break kind of the thinking that they've been bringing in these first 3 days of play, moving into this last day, because as you said, only 6 games remain, and if they are looking to make a major push to advance themselves further up that leaderboard, they're definitely gonna have to turn it around, because these kind of performances will not allow them to make it into those higher positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing is it doesn't feel like it's a stale top. So it's not like Umbra not getting any points and then the team that above them are all earning loads of points. It's the teams below them also earning loads of points. So it's shifting up. We're not in a set stale top part of the rankings. We have, teams climbing their way up this ladder and keeping themselves relevant in this tournament. And that's what's scary for the likes of Umbra. That's what's scary for the likes of Falcons. They can't rely on, we had a good day 1. We had a good day 2. They need to stay consistently good. Otherwise, they will slip heavily down the ladder. I want to have a look at the MVPs, though. Let's see who were our top performing players for this game. No surprises to see Rauf and Ragnar on there, as well as Hassan.
Yeah, no surprise to see that coming in. I mean, absolutely beautiful performance coming in there from Rauf. Gonna love to see it. And again, we did see the players here from Intruder being in the MVPs just a few moments ago in the in the earlier matches. So good to see that consistency coming in. But also, I mean, Ragnar for the side there of YaLLa still repping it pretty hard. And as we know, YaLLa taking 8 eliminations, so 4 out of those 8 coming in at the hand of Ragnar.
I really think Ragnar might be in contention for MVP of the whole tournament. He has been playing consistently well. Even in the bad games for YaLLa, we've seen some really good stuff out of Ragnar. So keep an eye on this player, especially going into the final day. YaLLa, they've been either good or middling, but Ragnar has been consistently one of the top players, or at least the top fragger for this team. So it's been really nice to see that from Ragnar. He's been just playing incredibly well. And, someone definitely to keep your eye on. But there's one very important thing for us to look at now as we've hit the end of the day. It is the overall standings. Let's see who, ending day 3, is our top team. It is Team Nigma, and they have got themselves a monumental 45-point lead over second place, which is 0-1. Then behind them, it is Falcons. So it's quite tight everywhere else. But Nigma, even though they've not been getting a lot of chicken dinners today, they have been consistently doing well on eliminations and placements to keep themselves relevant in the points.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good balance coming through with the placement points, especially, right? If we look at Rico Infinity, they've got more eliminations than what Nigma has, but Nigma has just been able to secure themselves stronger finishes game after game after game, and at the end of the day, consistency is the king that pays off. If you consistently finish strong, you're going to sit in a position like you see, for instance, here coming through for Nigma Galaxy. But again, looking further down, we do see the team still bringing in strong efforts, and Umbra being the only team repping for the Africa region, but still doing a fantastic job at that, sitting up in 4th place and 4 points ahead of where we find the players there from YaLLa Esports.
Yeah, you see, like the likes of Umbra slipping down, like you were saying, and YaLLa, catching up slowly but surely. Only one chicken dinner for YaLLa, but to be 4 points behind the team who have 2 chicken dinners under their belt, that kind of says a lot, really. That Umbra, they're not particularly performing quite to the level that we expected. I would like to see the second half of the rankings and see how this bottom half of the table is doing, because there's obviously these teams, like I was saying earlier, it feels like, I'd say at least the top 6 now are in a pretty good position where there is anybody's game to play still. But from kind of 7th downwards, it feels like it's going to be a very, very hairy situation. And I know the lower end of the table is pretty poor, pretty dire for some of the teams. Slime, another team who, unfortunately, it's just not been their week. They've not had a particularly great showing, and they are struggling right now. So if we can have a look at the bottom side of the table, we can have a quick look at how the points are faring for those teams. So Intruder Africa, I mean, I got to give it to them. 3 chicken dinners. They're pulling it back, baby. They're looking real good. And potentially going into tomorrow, could get themselves into that kind of top 5 position, potentially. But for Virtual Gaming, G3 Temper, they might need to turn to religion if they want to try and get into the top side of the table. I think that's their only hope.
I mean, if you look at the jump that came in from Intruder, right? They were sitting 13 points behind NASR, NASR was sitting on 130 points coming into this last match. So this winner chicken dinner did absolutely phenomenal stuff for Intruder to just move them 2 points ahead of where we find the players there from NASR. So I'm curious to see what the final day of play will bring on through. I mean, Slime, they could maybe still bring in a few changes. The same can be said pretty much for the teams positioned, further down from them as well. So all the way from that 12th position downwards, I do think maybe the highest we could see them moving is potentially just to the higher end of that second page. But it's going to be taking a lot of work to try and secure position over on towards the first page.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be all to play for tomorrow's games. But remember, this broadcast isn't possible without our wonderful sponsors and our official energy drink of the PMPL MEA, and that is Monster Energy. So thank you so much for making this possible and giving us such an amazing tournament.
And we also got to give a big shout out going over onto Oppo there as well for also playing their part in making this event possible. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022.
And that will be doing it I'm awful at outros. We're done. We'll be back tomorrow for more PMPL MEA action from myself and the rest of the casting team. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. It's going to get spicy. We'll see you tomorrow.